Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Ma'shani and the United Media Services, we would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you on this 13th edition of the OER Business Summit. Today's summit will explore the roadmap in achieving the Sultanate's medium to long-term plans, long-term economic goals actually, in line with His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq Al Said's vision plan. We would like to express our gratitude to our chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Ahmed bin Hassan Adhib, who is the Deputy Chairman of the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and the Free Zones, for his gracious presence on today's summit. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to His Highness Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Said, the Assistant Professor for Economics at Sultan Qaboos University, and the founding partner of the firm for business and economic consulting. And also Al-Sayyid Hamid bin Sultan Al-Busaidi, the Executive Director for the Center for Governance and Sustainability. This OER Business Summit 2022 would not have been possible without the unflinching support of our partners. And on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I would like to express our appreciation and thanks to each one of them, especially with that dynamic video that showed up over here that showed all our strategic partners. We'll begin with our strategic partners, Bank Dhafar and Raysud Cement Company. Our associate partners, Khidma from OIFC, Ta'jir Finance, GBM Oman, and Al-Taman Insil Ferrochrome. Our insurance partner, Dhafar Insurance. Our digital partner, Infoline. Our Islamic insurance partner, Takaful Oman. And our official automotive partner, Mitsubishi Motors. Our support partners, Bima Online Insurance, Dhafar International Development and Investment Holding Company, SAOG, and Muscat Eye Laser Center. Our knowledge partners, RAB HR, our media partners, Times of Oman, Al-Shabiba, and Alam Al-Iqtisad, and our online media partner, OER Live. A big thank you to each one of them, and can we please have a huge round of applause, because without them, this summit could not be possible. Over the last 13 years, OER has hosted several economic debates and business forums on issues of national importance by bringing policymakers and various stakeholders to exchange viewpoints on the state of Oman's economy. The topic of today's summit is thriving in an agile and disruptive business environment. The HR segment will focus on growing and developing talent within lifeline of organizations. Today's summit is going to be live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. The YouTube social media handle is @OERLive, while the hashtag is #OERBS2022. We encourage all of you to be able to comment, post, and tweet in the proceedings using the hashtags and handles. And if you missed anything, please view these hashtags and the account to be able to recap on what happened today. Now, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Atulya Sharma, the Chief Executive Officer of United Media Services, on stage to deliver the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Mr. Atulya Sharma.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Mashni, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to our OER Business Summit 2022. We are grateful to His Excellency Engineer Ahmed bin Hassan Al-Dhib, Deputy Chairman of the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones, for gracing today's event. Thank you, Your Excellency. We would also like to convey our gratitude to His Highness Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Said, the founding partner for the firm for business and economic consulting, and Al-Sayyid Hamid Sultan Al-Busaidi, Executive Director, Center for Governance and Sustainability, for joining us today. Thank you. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, OER Business Summit has been a pioneering platform for discussing economic and business ideas over the last 12 years. It has seen policymakers, economists, business leaders, and subject matter experts deliberate on a range of issues and solutions. Let me start with this quote from Charles Dickens' novel, A Tale of Two Cities, and these are the opening lines from that novel. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. I think this pretty much sums up how the situation today is as far as Oman and the world is concerned. This summit couldn't have come at a better time as we stand at the crossroads of competing economic forces, and that is going to be the focus of my presentation today. So just bear with me while I expound on the subject. Let's first take a look at Oman. Oman is expected to record its fastest GDP growth in 2022 over a decade. This testament to Oman's improved economic and financial indicators have had Fitch, Standard & Poor's, and Moody's upgrade Oman from negative to stable. Of course, this has been aided by higher oil prices, a fantastic fiscal consolidation within the MTFP, and progress on structural reforms that the government has been successfully able to do. When it comes to fiscal performance, Oman has recorded a budget surplus of Riyal Omani 784 million, which roughly is equivalent to $2 billion in the first half of the year, and is poised to post its first yearly fiscal surplus in a decade, according to Fitch. The Sultanate's 12-month fiscal surplus is expected to be around 6.5% of GDP this year. So that's a commendable performance. When it comes to public debt, the government has been prudent in utilizing the surplus to reduce its debt servicing obligations. The country's public debt is expected to reduce from Riyal Omani 20.8 billion at the start of the year to Riyal Omani 17.5 billion towards the end of the year. So suffice it to say that Oman's economy is poised to continue its strong economic growth over the coming years. On the other hand, if we look at the global economy, there are growing concerns about the possibility of an impending recession. The last time that we had a recession was in 2008, and in 63 days from September 10th onwards, the government or the Fed published or printed currency to the tune of 1.2 trillion. So till then, the Fed had only done something like 926 billion USD, and within 63 days, that jumped up to 2.2 trillion. So that is the sort of money that was pumped into the economy to get them out of the recession. And also let's remember that the inflation rates at that time weren't so high. It was only at 3% in the previous year, 2007. So things were under control, and the central banks did have some levers to play around with when it came to combating that recession. Today, I'm not sure if the governments or the central banks have those levers available for them, especially when it comes to the Western economies. The reasons are well known and evident for everybody. The escalation of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict has made it difficult for production lines to operate. There has been an increase in food and oil prices across Europe and the world. Supply chain and trade disruptions have happened, and there is heightened uncertainty, which obviously does not augur well for the world economy. I think, for nearly 4 decades, the world has seen moderate growths and moderate inflations, but that is set to change very fast. It's a very volatile environment that we are living in, and because of the pandemic, the production facilities definitely suffered, and that's why the governments today have to grapple between either trying to ramp up the production facilities or to combat with inflation, which will happen because of the reduced production that is happening in the world. The governments or the CBOs world over have been synchronizing their efforts to ramp up the interest rates to combat inflation, but one wonders if that is enough and how much more interest rate escalation needs to happen for it to have a substantial impact on the inflation that we are witnessing today. And having lived through the recessions of 1970s, 1990s, and the 2007, 8, 9 crisis, given my age, one thing is very clear. When there is an environment of FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, recessions normally become a self-fulfilling prophecy. What happens is, we as individuals, we as consumers, postpone our next purchase, our next transaction, hoping that things will turn better before we undertake that investment. But somehow, if everybody has that same mindset, the demand in itself comes down, and that is the beginning of the recession. So it is a self-fulfilling prophecy to that extent. So we are seeing a story of two different parts. On the domestic front, our economy is witnessing strong economic momentum, whereas on the world stage, there are strong economic headwinds. So it's a story of two conflicting stories, narratives. As every year, to commemorate the 52nd National Day of Renaissance, United Media Services is going to be publishing its annual coffee table book, Oman, A Nation on the Move. The book showcases Oman's march ahead on the path of economic development and Vision 2040 under the dynamic leadership of His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq. The publication will also carry congratulatory messages from the leading corporates for His Majesty and the people of Oman. This year's book has special significance given the strong economic performance of the country. In fact, I will take this opportunity to urge all the industry captains and corporate leaders to support all of UMS's monthly print titles and events as an ICV proposition from your side. From our side, we are looking beyond profit motives and continue to publish the only business and lifestyle publications in Oman, namely Oman Economic Review, Alam al-Iqtisad, Al-Mara, Dossier, Signature, and we feel that we owe it to the country, and it is very important for the country to keep the magazine publishing business alive. And we definitely urge you for your support in this regard. As a part of our agenda for today's summit, we have two great presentations coming up from the best luminaries on the economy, His Highness Dr. Adam and Mr. Sanjay Kawatra, CEO of Strategic Business for Ominvest. We will also have a panel discussion with industry leaders and experts on the opportunity and challenges for businesses and how Oman could remain largely unscathed from the unexpected global downturn. In addition, we will also turn the spotlight on another very pertinent issue, the development of human resources, as Oman's national talent pool will probably be the key differentiator for success of Omani companies. We also have a workshop happening post-lunch, and I would urge all of you to sort of join in for that. That workshop is on understanding learning experience platforms and how they can unleash a learning culture within organizations. So it is going to be a very robust sort of a session, and I would urge each one of you to sort of be there for it. On that note, I would like to wish you a stimulating and enjoyable summit. I would leave the stage for the industry experts and the industry leaders to take this summit forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, on that poignant insight into the future and Oman's economic situation right now. We are moving at the speed of thought when we were before at the speed of talk. So it's a very fast-moving world, and disruption is good if you are in the right place to take opportunity of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Now, it's my honor to invite on stage His Highness, As-Sayyid Dr. Adham bin Turki As-Said. He has been awarded his master's degree from New York University, and his PhD is from the University of Western Australia. His Highness is an assistant professor of economics at the College of Economics and Political Science in Sultan Qaboos University. His area of expertise include the Omani economy, macroeconomic policies, and economic development. He is a founding partner of the firm for business and economic consulting. The firm provides business advisory and research consulting to a wide range of stakeholders. He is a member of Sharia Supervisory Board in Muslim Islamic Banking. He has recently been appointed chair of the advisory committee at the Center for Competition Protection and Monopoly Prevention. He is also a member of the Board of Authority of Public Services and Regulation. He contributes to professional and policy advisory for both private and public sector entities. His professional contributions include assessment of Oman's macroeconomic developments, labor market assessment, and other relevant issues. His Highness is also an active keynote speaker with contributions to a number of specialty symposia and in public media discussions of relevant economic issues. Please welcome on stage His Highness Dr. Adham bin Turki As-Said to deliver the keynote address.
We'll do a sound check before we start. Can you all hear me? All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wa salatu wa salamu ala ashraf al-mursaleen, Sayyidina Muhammadin wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the beginning, Your Excellencies, guest of honors, attendees, thank you very much for having me here today. It's an honor to come back again after a small lull. I wasn't here in 2021, but I would like to thank UMS and OER for always a thoughtful gesture of inviting me to keynotes. It's been a learning experience for myself, but one that I wish to also learn from you as we progress through these engagements, inshallah ta'ala. I'd like to thank Mr. Sharma for making my job a little bit easier as well. You'll see a lot of parallels from what I speak about in the first part of this keynote, and inshallah, I will complement what he has said. But I do warn you, some of my numbers might look slightly different, maybe because of the version of document that we received from public data as well. So I was asked to talk about resilience and looking forward. And today I'm going to look at this at a very broad brush perspective, kind of seeding some thoughts into what we should be focused on as we look forward. So the title, Economics of Resilience, is a bit of sort of a catchy tag. Hopefully that will fit right at the end, inshallah ta'ala. Now, just to kind of break the ice, can anyone guess what the picture is? Close, but not. No. I can't hear. Not mountain, no. Carbon. Carbon. Any organic substance generally, and please, if you're a geologist or a chemist, do not correct me if I'm wrong, all right? Because I'm sure I'm saying something incorrect here. But usually when we burn things, carbon is one of the outputs, hence our challenge with emissions and greenhouse gases. This is carbon, and usually the easiest form of carbon we have is before you make coal from wood, charcoal, usually you burn it down and treat it in such a way that it turns into coal that then we use it. It's a very common thing, but we think very little about it. And when I talk resilience, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the problems that carbon brings to us as well. But before I jump into that, as an economist, I feel obliged to talk about the macroeconomics, as it is a way to set up the scene. And thank you again, Mr. Sharma, for putting out some of the key kind of ideas there. I'll talk a little bit about key developments that I believe are very important for businesses here in Oman, but also globally to think about. And finally, talk about what would be our new business model looking forward. So if we're looking at the macroeconomic conditions, we can't get away from measuring output. The key numbers that are coming out from the Center of Statistics and Information are very promising, lillahi alhamd. We are seeing strong quarterly growth from quarter 1 to quarter 2 this year. This growth has been, in current numbers, substantial because of oil prices, so we should be a bit careful with our interpretation. But however, quarterly growth is a good indicator of what is really happening in our economy. So we're seeing strong growth, double-digit growth, primarily driven by oil prices and increase in production to about just above 1 million barrels, which Oman has managed to keep up during 2022. So there's a positive story, but we're seeing non-oil sectors also benefit from that renewed vigor in the economy as we are fully coming back from the worst of the pandemic effects. Not only was 2021 a recovery year, but it was a bit shaky, but 2022 was buoyed by improved government finances, as I will show a little bit later on. Year-on-year growth in real terms is about 2% at the moment, with estimates we've seen earlier at about 4.3% for the whole year. I'm a bit skeptical about IMF numbers because their models tend to incorporate a lot of things we're not aware of. But if we're about 2% mid-year, I would see that continuing to about 3% towards the end of the year. But generally speaking, for most of us, the key story is economic growth, at least until the end of the year and the beginning of the next year, is going to be persistent bihawlillah ta'ala, because even if oil prices, la qaddar Allah, collapse, we are still looking good on the financial side, but economic activity. Now, we've heard that a pending global recession might be there. We're a bit skeptical there. We can see a slowdown, no doubt. China slowed down, the US is slowing down. But more importantly, the outplay of the different geopolitical tensions, the energy crisis, and other issues might lead to some complications. Unfortunately, I forgot my crystal ball today, so I won't be able to tell you what's going to happen. I don't think anyone can. Public finances in the first half up to August 2022 this year have been very, very positive. I'll add another 300 million to that 700 million riyal worth of surplus that we've recorded, which last year, during the same period, we had a deficit of 1 billion riyals. These buffers are critically important to see us through any turmoil in the next couple of years. Obviously, they're not sufficient, 100%, but I think that is a very positive story to take away. Oman has been diligent not to boost its spending. There's been a moderate increase of about 11% in public spending and only in investment spending primarily, and support to alleviate some of the challenges that have been happening. But there is a large bill for subsidies that's still out there that is also worrisome because higher oil prices also mean higher subsidies for gas, for electricity, for petrol and diesel. So those still worry us a little bit, but these are still contained within the expenditure pattern. This pattern now means that Oman has started to break away from the oil cycle of spending. Higher oil prices and spending jumps dramatically. This fiscal discipline has meant that there are positive outcomes. The most important one was the ability to reschedule public debt and pay it down to the tune of about 60% of GDP. This is critically important. We are ahead of the curve in terms of our medium-term fiscal plans of getting to about 80 or less than 80% by 2024, but we have been very blessed with the higher oil prices. We need to sustain our discipline over the next few years to make sure that this pattern does not disappear very quickly. This meant that there are other factors that we need to keep in mind that challenge and pull at us. Prices, as mentioned earlier, inflation is a major concern around the world. Consumer inflation is a major concern around the world. We are very blessed in Oman that the government is still very supportive of consumer prices. This comes at a huge cost in the tune of about 1 billion riyals this year up to now. This is going to go up by the end of the year. In a time where we have fiscal reform, it is a lot of push and pull against how much can we support. These include energy support. This includes consumer products, foods, essentials, and staples as well. So there's significant support out there. We need to be aware that that has a positive effect on consumer prices. Producer prices, on the other hand, there is very little support that can be provided in addition to whatever the government is already doing so. That's why we see increase in prices year on year about 40%. It's very difficult for businesses to pass this to consumers, given the many complications. This is going to be the challenge seeing us until next year. How do we manage this? How do we mitigate the worst of these price increases? Unfortunately, many of these effects come from outside of Oman, and this means there's very little Oman can particularly do. I do not necessarily see the government able to support businesses enough in this area due to the financial restrictions. Yes, we do have surpluses, but the priorities are very challenging. So perhaps finding business solutions that may alleviate some of the worst of that effect as well is very, very important. International trade has recovered nicely, and this is critically important. A, because Oman is an importing country, but it exports some non-oil goods and services to some extent. And this return to normality, if I may say so, is critically important because our economy is too small to depend on itself. It has to interact with the rest of the world. So the return to international trade comes at a cost because imports also increase. And that means it taxes our balance of payments. But because of the oil prices being sufficiently high to cover those costs, means Oman is able to meet its import obligations and protect the exchange rate peg as well. So generally speaking, the picture that we have on the macro perspective is a positive one. But one should be very mindful. As we've seen pre-COVID, during COVID, and even post-COVID, things change particularly fast enough and unexpectedly that we need to be aware and potentially vigilant for what may happen coming in the next few years. What are the things that are going to or should be on our mind that we should be very concerned with when we talk about key developments and trends? First of all, Oman is in a better position than it used to be from 2014 to 2016. We are seeing a return, as Mr. Sharma had mentioned, to improvements in our credit rating. But why is this particularly important for Oman in a period where we've managed to accumulate some surpluses? Is that we're able to plan better for our borrowing from international markets if and when needed. We are at a better place to do that. But more importantly, these credit ratings are cascading into banking system, which can also, if you excuse my saying, piggyback on these sovereign ratings and improve their own ratings as we've seen those coming through and stabilizing. Means that external borrowing for these financial organizations and investors is going to be at least stabilized, if not improve in terms of risk premia as well. This is critically important for larger SOEs, state-owned enterprises, as they enter international markets looking to finance their investments as well. And there is a large bill there that needs to be filled as well. I think these are very positive, but more importantly, government needs to stay disciplined to ensure that these ratings do not fall behind as much as possible. We should not be the culprits for any degradation in these rates. We should continue to try and improve much of that. So fiscal consolidation still is critical, and we should not blink away from it, but we should be mindful it should not choke the economy as well. So there's a fine balance between the two, as you're well aware of that. Something that we should all be concerned with is the tightening monetary policies around the world. As you're well aware, central banks across the world, they haven't coordinated. They're just responding to the same problem, inflation, right? And the response is, let's make borrowing more expensive because we would like to reduce spending, and that would lead to a reduction in prices. Now, I see two problems with that. The first of which is, are we over-responding to a transitory or a permanent inflation problem? There's still a debate out there, but the central banks today are responding to this as a persistent problem, and the trend of prices being higher is going to continue for some time. Therefore, they're pushing the rates extremely fast and through. The other thing is that these solutions do not necessarily fix the supply side problems that Mr. Sharma had alluded to. Supply chain and logistical problems are not going to be solved by more expensive borrowing. In fact, it's going to hurt economies. We know it's going to hurt economies, but it's done to fight inflation and then deal with the growth issues afterwards. Now, we are recipients of these tighter monetary policies because of our exchange rate regime connecting Omani Riyal with the US dollar, and so are our neighboring countries, the GCC countries. So in all GCC countries, we're seeing interest rates pick up, but they're picking up extremely fast. Within the last 4 to 5 months, they have more than doubled. We're at 2.5% approximately interbank rate lending. I'm not talking about the commercial rates. We're talking between the banks at a rate where we used to be about not half, maybe 25% of that. This means that funds are becoming more expensive and there are less funds available for loaning within the banking system. They're still there. Banks are not fully loaned out, but this means that investments are going to be costlier. Newer projects and investments are going to have to counter in and see how does that affect the return on investments. How might we find alternative ways? Could companies now decide to go to the capital markets rather than borrow from banks? Because generally speaking, it has a different cost structure. Could they start to think about issuing bonds to finance their capital requirements? These are key questions that we need to ask ourselves rather than simply depend on the banking system. I'm sorry, bankers, if any are here, that they're the sole providers of liquidity, right? So again, there's going to be a lot of interplay here. Now, the key thing that worries most of us, economists, is that if these effects are beginning to show their face, how are they going to affect the economy? One of the key indicators is the credit growth. And credit growth to the private sector has generally been weakening and waning off. 2% increases according to the central bank. That's very weak compared to what we've seen in the past. This is going to be a problem in where we are looking for economic growth, but at the same time, to finance that economic growth, at least domestically, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. I don't mean to paint a very dark picture here, but these are something very, very important to look at. More importantly, climate change is becoming more and more of a pressing issue. If we're talking resilience, then we need to start to address the big elephant in the room, all right? We have a nice car here, mind you, so that's a whole different story, right? But one of the key issues here is, what are we going to do as Omani companies about climate change? We often hear about the world and what the world does and what is the world doing. And we don't have a choice to be bystanders in this story because we are sailing on. Whatever the world decides to do, that's going to affect us. That's going to affect our businesses. That's going to affect our economic growth. We are a hydrocarbon-based economy, meaning everyone is pointing at us, as well as our neighbors, that we are the polluters, we are the ones causing the problem, regardless of how our products are used elsewhere around the world. So it's critically important to keep that in mind. We are seeing a lot of international commitments around net zero. And net zero, in a nutshell, means that we're offsetting our emissions. If we produce 1 million tons of carbon dioxide in the air, we need to offset that. How might we offset that? By either capturing it at source or capturing it from the air, sequestering it, putting it in the ground, as some of our companies are doing right now in Oman, right? Or we're going to find ways to reduce those emissions in the first place. Oman's commitment in COP21 in Paris was about 7% reduction in our emissions from the business as usual by 2030. There's no good data right now to tell us are we on track or not, but we believe that that target is achievable. At least about 3 to 4% of that can be done locally through changing the energy mix and changing our use and consumption of energy and efficiencies and whatnot. The rest is still not clear. But more importantly, recently, a more harder commitment has been put on the table. By 2050, Oman wants to be net zero, meaning all of our emissions at 2050 will be offset one way or the other. That is a big ask. That is a national effort, not the government, not just the private sector, but everyone is involved in that target. Whatever we do from today until then, inshallah, if we're still around, will have to be towards that. We cannot stay on the side and wait for first actors or first movers. This means that we need to decarbonize our economy. How do you decarbonize your economy? Reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. We are starting to introduce alternative energies. At the moment, it's about 5%, but the key target is about 40%. By 2040 will be some energy mix from Oman, using wind, using solar, and the big story right now, green hydrogen. Right? These are going to change the way we do business. If you own a factory that is energy intensive, you're going to be tagged with that. When you want to export to any market, they'll say, no, thank you, we don't want your products. You need to find an alternative source of energy and certification, right? So if you're talking about aluminium, you're talking about steel, you're talking about cement, you're talking about any of these energy-intensive production processes, they need to start to convert today, not wait until 2030 or 2050, because entering into international trade and new markets, that's going to be restricted based on your carbon footprint. Green hydrogen, I'm sure some of you are already well aware of it, but it is slated to be the game changer, all right, just to use the cliche. Why is it going to change? It's because it's not simply just a source of energy or energy transportation, but it's going to be a whole economy around this, just like it has been around oil and gas. That is the next big thing, if guesses are correct. There's quite a few question marks there. But why is green hydrogen important for Oman? Because Oman is positioned geographically to benefit the most from a few parts of the world on solar and wind energy working together to maximize the production of energy, to use it in electrolysis and producing green hydrogen. We currently do produce what's called gray or blue hydrogen from gas or other oil production, but that is still not where we want to be. So there are sort of major investments in the pipeline. In Duqm currently, Belgium consortium is beginning to work with other organizations. There's other countries as well involved. From India, we have investments coming through as well. But the key issue with hydrogen is the space for renewable energies. And Oman right now has that space, and there are significant allocations of lands being planned for these processes. It's an energy-intensive process. It cannot come from hydrocarbons, so it has to come from renewables. So we're already working on it. And we can, I believe, according to OQ experts, we're looking at about 2028 or 2027 to have some actual production at that. So that's how early we have to move to put ourselves into the market as well. The other trend, which is perhaps linked to the second part of Mr. Sharma's talk about the importance of HR in this transition that we're looking at, is the change in the workplace. This is a trend often ignored in our part of the world because we don't sense those changes coming immediately. We read about them in the Harvard Business Review maybe, or the World Economic Forum, jobs of the future and workplace. But what the pandemic has taught us, if anything, we cannot continue to work in the same way we've done in the past. So we're talking about, first of all, moving away from using paper-based transactions. This is led right at the top from the government through the National Digitization or the kind of digital transformation program led by the government as part of the 10th year plan and the Vision 2040 plan implementation. This plans to convert government into a more digital interactive system. We already feel this through Invest Easy, we look at this in Invest in Oman, we look at this in different government agencies. We're not there yet. But if government is going to go digital, you have to go digital. It is no longer acceptable that government takes the lead. It should be the private sector that should also be out there. But it is very difficult to ask what kind of digital transformation. I'm not a digital transformation expert, but I can tell you simply this, is you need to be mindful why you're doing it and what is the benefit to your stakeholders. Hybrid workplaces are still frowned upon. I can work from home 2 days of the week, 3 days of the week, or I can use online meetings. There's so many different variations, right? How many of you prefer a hybrid system? Right? That's very encouraging. I hope your managers agree with you, right? But this makes a whole lot of difference, right? It makes a difference for women, it makes a difference for men, it makes a difference for people who wish to be engaged differently. We talk about millennials and Gen Zs, and companies are beginning to take note of this. Companies are already putting out there, you can work from home, these are the things, we're enabling you. Right. Now, the other thing is talent acquisition. If we're going to have this transformation and the workplace is going to be different, I need talent, and talent that is happy with what I'm providing. But more importantly, I need retention of that talent. If we're unable to capture that, that's going to be a massive problem, because we see a lot of organizations draining or have brain drain as people move elsewhere. Why are they moving? Because they're not happy with you. There could be better opportunities, there could be worse opportunities for them. But they're still moving because they're not happy with you. So retention of talent is going to be very, very critical. Now, given all of those changes and given all of these trends, and these are not all the trends, but these I believe are the trends relevant to us in Oman, what are we going to do about it? We need a new business model. business as usual is no longer going to be enough, right? Our business model needs to be able to manage uncertainty. There's always been uncertainty. If you're in business, it's uncertainty. If you're studying economies, there's uncertainty. But having some contingencies rather than fly blindly into one, this is a challenge. We understand that the world may very well go into a recession. Fair enough. What are you going to do about it? How are you preparing your labor force? How are you preparing your company? How are you positioning yourself to take advantage of whatever is there? We know that domestically, walillahi alhamd, we are better from where we were previously. I would say we're almost back, if not better than 2019, generally speaking. But this is not all due to our own doing. Some of it is external and exogenous factors that have been very favorable to us. And we're very grateful. Thank you, world. But the next thing is, how do we mitigate the worst? We could never stop the recession. We could never stop. But what kind of business model do you need today to look at? Is it still government investments and government projects? If that is what's on your mind, you need to get down to the drawing board and ask yourselves, hang on, that's not going to work very well for us. What are we going to do next? Oman is working heavily on connecting itself to the rest of the world. It's working very well, closely with neighboring countries like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE. These are opportunities are there for the taking, but are you ready to place yourself and position yourself to do so? That is a very important question that needs to be asked. Now, more importantly, I believe that your business, our institutions, need to hold on to these key drivers of change that we're going to see, the decarbonization, digitization. You cannot stay on the wayward. If you're in the business of IT, you consume a lot of energy, you need to be able to think again. If you're in the business of producing energy, you need to think to yourself, how do we transit to more sustainable ways of doing it, right? It makes a lot of business sense. So if I were to summarize where our new business models would take us, just in a way to seed those thoughts in your minds, I would focus obviously on digitization, but digitization not for the sake of having a nice system XYZ from whichever company you already contracted, but you need to ask, why am I introducing the system? Am I reducing redundancies? Instead of 9 signatures to complete a transaction, I just need 1? Am I using the system to delegate, to reduce waste, to improve outcomes, improve transparency, reduce corruption? Or am I just introducing it as a gimmick and using sort of patchwork of digitization? This is extremely critical. There are many technologies that offer themselves today that for authentication, smart contracts, blockchains, you name it, it's out there. The experts will be better informed what to do with these kind of technologies. Climate action is not only for governments. Climate action is for business to move on. Whatever action at the macro scale requires all stakeholders to work. But within your industries, you are better suited to make decisions that suit you, rather than have them parachuted and forced. If you're in the industrial sector, what are you doing about your emissions? What technologies are you investing in? Have you thought of acquiring a company that actually sequesters carbon and use that as a way to find your way into reducing the impact and setting off your emissions? There are many examples that one could think of, but your business model needs to incorporate the sustainability element about climate action. It has to be aligned with Oman's goals and the international obligations. And finally, your new business model needs to focus on people. Finding the right talent, investing in the right talent, and retaining the right talent. We can talk about talent all day, but let's not kid ourselves. There's a lot of talented people out there waiting for opportunities, but unfortunately, those opportunities are not reaching them. The world is a small village, yes, but there are a lot of talent in Oman that are seeking opportunities. How are you approaching them? Where do you find them? How do you train them and develop them? And finally, how do you retain them? Thank you very much. Those are my thoughts. I hope they were of use. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions. And thank you very much, Your Highness, for sharpening our knowledge on the status of Oman, monetary, fiscal, the macroeconomics, and the story of hydrogen. There's plenty of questions there, so please, the floor is open.
Yeah, Your Highness?
I'm just trying to figure out the light is in my
Your
hand.
Highness?
Sorry, I'm just going to look around. Please talk.
Yeah. Your Highness, you mentioned about credit offtake being only 2%, which shows a lack of investments. How do we get business momentum back in the economy?
Right. So the 2% that we're talking about in terms of credit was the interbank rates that they borrow, the repo rates. So these are often Bank A borrows from Bank B to meet its reserve requirements. That rate is now overnight at 2%. So $1,000,000 lent overnight comes back with $1,000,000 plus 2%. It used to be less than 1%, about 0.6 a few months ago. So the cost of borrowing is there. Now, there are two issues with our banks in Oman. Again, bankers, I'm sorry. One is they don't lend enough. The current lending ratio of their reserves is about 70% to 75%. The legal requirement takes them up to about 97% or 95%. There's a gap of 15 to 20% approximately of unlent reserves. What do banks do with this? They may keep it with the central bank and earn some interest from there. They may choose safe investments that they wish to put those reserves in, but they're not lending them out. Bankers need to have the conversation, how do we utilize unused reserves? They are well capable within the legal margins to lend those out, but they have been very risk averse, especially after the pandemic, and that creates a whole set of problems for us. Now, arguably, yes, borrowing is going to become more expensive relative to where we used to be, but finding the right tools and the right attractive ways to get people to borrow for productive purposes, right? Where are we exactly from that? I can't really say because I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of the banking system in Oman, but my worry is that banks are not proactive, they're not competitive within Omani economy, and they're not competitive outside Omani economy. Could be because of the size, could be because of the risk aversion, could be because central bank generally is very prudent at regulating them and is very strict with how much risk they take. We should be mindful. We don't want our banks to go all out and take huge risks, as we've seen in other countries, and cause a collapse. But we should be mindful. Being too risk averse also means you're depriving the economy today of necessary funds that needs to be injected for investment purposes. So I hope I've covered that sufficiently.
Your Highness, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Just for the new business models, is our education system, especially the higher education, supporting that for the future, you think? Especially for the new energy or the hydrogen, the green hydrogen in general. Thank you.
Obviously, green hydrogen is a whole new space. And I believe we don't have the specific pool of talent that is going to be sufficient. Just like oil and gas had to develop its talent, the same thing will happen with green hydrogen. Some of the technologies used today can be moved from oil and gas into that industry. But definitely we need more investment in talent, and I believe that is already happening at some scale. The only issue with green hydrogen, it's across the world, there is no clarity exactly how it's going to play out. So everyone is trying to get the first mover advantage and then look at what is needed. We are still lacking, I believe at least, technical skills on renewables, technical skills on the hydrogen. But the rest of it is already there. If we talk about ammonia and ammonia production and exports, it's already happening in Oman. It is connecting all of those chains together. We've got the logistic sort of part already in place in terms of the export and whatnot. The LNG experience in exporting liquefied fuels also is there. So we have the skills, but are they sufficient at the moment? From my personal perspective, I cannot say 100%, but I don't think we're there yet. But that is part of the development process and part of the overall government and companies involved to develop those skills required as well.
Thank you, His Highness. Very nice insight to the Oman economy. My question continuing about green hydrogen, how much it can aid to the economy in terms of GDP in next 3 to 5 years? And second question is, why there is so much delay taking place in policies or allotment of the land? There are so many bidders, but we will be missing the the race if we don't allot the land in time, because then the supply chain will come into the effect about that. But how much it aids to the GDP also.
I wish I knew the answer to your first question. I would make a lot of money from that, right? I don't think we know. We talk about hydrogen as an economy in the sense how it drives the whole economy. The impact will first be in the investments on the renewables and the electrolysis and obviously the logistical pipelines if we're going to use molecule transfer or whatever. I'm not an expert in all of that, but that is going to be the immediate impact we see. We see it in a lot of places like Duqm and others where the investments will have the direct impact of investment and GDP will pick up. The overall effect of hydrogen is how we incorporate it into the energy system and energy mix in Oman. This means that if we're able to fuel our vessels that engage in trade using hydrogen, that will be value added and that industry will develop itself, just like petrochemicals is doing right now. If we're looking at using hydrogen as just a carrier of energy and then release that energy for electricity and others, this means that the power generation mixes are going to change. This is going to release some of our gas reserves that are used now for energy generation for other uses. So we'll increase the pie of energy, so to speak, which has positive impact. But to me, it's very difficult to estimate the bigger overall macro effect of that. So generally speaking, Oman is not falling behind. In fact, Oman is right on the curve, if not ahead of the curve. We're already talking about in another 4 years' time, 4 to 5 years' time, we will have actual projects in Oman running green hydrogen. Give or take, right? I'm not the authority on that. But everyone is talking about 2030 at the earliest where the market will be clear. Who are the buyers? What are the uses? And where is it going to go? We're talking about, and His Excellency may correct me here, we're talking about 50,000 square kilometers of space needed to generate the energy, right? We're talking about consumption that could exceed our, production of energy that could exceed our current production of energy in Oman just to produce green hydrogen. It's a very energy intensive process. So we need to be mindful that those commitments, if made wrong, they have a long-lasting effect. Yeah. So when we talk about land allocation, Oman already has that on the radar, is already working with it, and is working with all of the stakeholders internally and externally, and all of that is in the pipeline. So I don't believe, at least from my take, we're delayed, but we need to be also reasonably cautious, not to make the investments, because these are hard investments, very expensive investments. So we should be mindful of that as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Highness.
I'm sorry, if I can't see you, please.
Your Highness. Highness, thank you for an excellent presentation.
Pleasure.
Towards the end of your presentation, you mentioned about the GCC states and the fact that we do business with all the other 5 GCC states. Saudi Arabia in particular, and I'm talking about the manufacturing sector, Saudi Arabia over the last 4 to 6 months has decided to do away with the 0% duty structure which has been in place for manufacturers by producing a certificate of origin in the country of origin. Saudi now says that we will withdraw this. You've got to pay the duty, which varies from probably 5 to 20%, depending on the type of product. And they have said that you've got to do an audit and some extraordinary administrative procedures, which in fact will impede the exports of Omani manufactured products into Saudi Arabia. So I urge, the government of Oman obviously, to see what can be done, and I know a lot is being done, but the Saudi sudden turnaround is a disaster for manufacturers who export to Saudi. And considering the fact that they are expanding their economy, I think a lot of focus has to be made towards ensuring that we revert back in some form to the 0% duty without going through these administrative procedures. This includes an audit in Saudi Arabia of our accounts and of the products being manufactured in Oman.
Point well taken. Point well taken. I'll leave that to the officials to deal with those issues.
Your Highness? Yeah. In the context of the rampant inflationary pressures that we are seeing and the supply chain disruptions, there was one point on one of the slides where you talked about the opportunities for consolidating the supply chain regionally. Would you just talk a little bit more about that?
Correct. In there, I was hinting towards these reinvigorated relationships, economic relationships between the GCC countries, especially the UAE and Saudi Arabia being the closest neighboring countries, and some of the slated investments coming through. Now, one of the problems, obviously, you know better than myself, is a lot of the supply chain disruptions which continue up to today depend on those countries that we import from and export to. So China being one of the key right there. Now, bringing those supply chains a bit closer to home, sometimes it's inevitable that you have to deal with supply chains far away and closer. Having alternatives is critical. Now, it makes more sense to me to invest in the supply chain within the GCC in the first instance, reducing the transportation costs. Because part of the problem is having your imports being stuck somewhere in a Chinese port because of closures, right? If you're dealing through Hong Kong or Shanghai or any others, they're still not back to normal. If it's at all possible, bringing it closer to home. The opposite is also true. Looking at those very far markets, you need to start to focus on closer markets that kind of make more sense to your product or service, but also reduce the transportation costs, the logistical costs, and any additional cost. Now, it is not for me to say which industry works best this way or that way. It really depends on your businesses and thinking about how might we change the way we think about the bigger markets such as China, the US, or any other market, or even Europe, and how the world is becoming more protectionist, and they're very protective of many other things. We see the continuous skirmish between the US and China, restricting chips here and reducing the use of this technology there. We are not benefiting from that, but we're getting hurt by that. So how do we come closer to home and ensure that we're able to secure most of our needs within the closer sort of geographical area or footprint? Easier said than done, of course.
Your Highness, one last quick question, if I may.
Yes. Can I just mention it's the last question for today? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Highness, thank you very much for such a future-focused discussion and that you led. And I'm sorry to bring it back to a more mundane current day issue. But where you mentioned, the liquidity delta that's available from lending in the banks, etc., there's one major liquidity driver that could change overnight in our economy, and that is prompt payment. And I'm not just taking a swipe at government slow payment here. I'm also taking a swipe at all the large corporations and everyone, different people in the room who really, if the businesses that suffer most are the small SMEs at the end of the supply chain that we need to develop more and more. And if we could just see a government-led and private sector-led change of culture in terms of this really slow payment that goes on in our economy that you don't see elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I think that's a very critical point. Thank you. But don't you get taught in business, collect first and pay later? All right? But you make an interesting point that is very relevant. Now, I'll talk about the public sector or the Ministry of Finance, how it's dealing with those issues. Part of the fiscal transformation program, the medium-term plan, was to accelerate government payments. And the recent data that we've seen is the government has completed or honored 500 million riyals worth of payments this year and accelerated them. Now, that is not the only effort that the government is doing. Arguably, it's still not a perfect process, but there's been a lot of emphasis on accelerating payments. Now, let's remember, the government does not have cash laying around whenever it puts out a tender. It's usually expectations that the budget is going to bring in some money later on in the year, that's going to be paid out. But the work that's been done, I believe, up to now, is improved the process significantly better. It's not perfect, yes. Now, I can't speak for corporate. I've dealt with some companies and small projects, and it does take them time. The payment cycles are generally no less than 2 months. I still don't understand why it takes such a long time, but maybe it's for cash flow reasons, maybe it's just for planning reasons, but they already sign a contract and they just make you wait. And it can extend a bit further as well. Now, that is a behavioral issue, I think, more so than just simply cash flows. And that is one that needs to be nudged in the right direction, rather than penalize non-payments, because there's no way to hold anyone accountable. You could age it, you could do whatever you want, but it's not going to be necessarily legally binding to do that. But I totally agree with you. It is an essential part for survival of smaller businesses that their cash flows are always at risk because of the start. I think just a way of creating good habits and better governance of this process is just to develop those habits of at least down payments right at the start. Those could get these projects up and running. And we're talking about the smaller businesses. The larger businesses can secure facilities from the banking system and whatnot, at cost obviously, but the smaller banks, bonds. Whenever you start a project, you're asked for a bond of 1%. That's first of all a giveaway right there on the value of your proposal. But the other thing is, small businesses find it extremely difficult to get those bonds. The banks require so much of them. They don't have the track record, they can't, and sometimes it's on meager amounts of money. It's not even worth the headache as well. That is for businesses to discuss this and say, can we do better? How do we hold ourselves accountable? Government could wag their fingers at you and say, you should and you should. But now they're leading by examples. They've improved their processes, and it's still in the process of being done better. But I believe businesses need to also take initiative and say, listen, we are doing better, and we need to report on this. Just as you would on your ICV, you just have your ICV running along. Let's have a reporting indicator. So how long does it take you to pay and honor your payments? For smaller businesses, mid-sized businesses, and larger businesses. Again, thank you very much, and I hope that was both useful and insightful. Wow.
That was very insightful. In fact, I think that last question, the hero for a lot of SMEs out there, should be cut out and put on WhatsApp so a lot of people can understand. And I just want to mention, ادفع الأجير أجره قبل أن ينتهي عرقه. That's the one. It should be a sunnah, and I think we should get a fatwa on that. Then we should be sorted. So thank you very much, Your Highness, for your incisive presentation. It's my pleasure now, after that session, to actually move on to another brilliant session with Mr. Sanjay Kawatra, Chief Executive Officer, Strategic Businesses of Ominvest Group. He is responsible for managing Ominvest Group's strategic investments. Mr. Kawatra has over 24 years of solid experience in providing financial, strategic growth, and operating leadership. He is well connected globally and possesses deep sector knowledge of investments, banking, leasing, and insurance. Earlier, he was a partner in EY in the MENA region and has led EY's assurance practice in Qatar and Oman. He is also a board member of several public listed and regulated companies in Oman, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and India. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce and is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Sanjay Kawatra. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just checking, am I audible? Good morning, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guest. It's always been a pleasure, to come and contribute at OER Business Summit. I was listening 13th. This is the 13th summit. Congratulations to the UMS team to do this excellent job of bringing this event, again and again. I'm nervous because my presentation is just after His Highness presentation, and he has set the bar. I'll try to do justice as we progress. We are running a little bit short of time, so I'll try to make it quick. And I also don't want to, repeat many things which have already been mentioned, because the topic is something which is very close to our heart. So I will be, picking up some of the things already discussed by Mr. Sharma as well as His Highness. These days, when we look at the news, it's so scary. You look at it, you listen to it, and then we come out of the room and we think the world is going to collapse, especially on the financial side. You look at Bloomberg, you look at anywhere, inflation, recession, this is going to happen, we are collapsing. I think all valid. These are all valid worries, and this is how the organization should be looking at it, so that you are preparing yourself for the worst. But at the same time, be optimistic and take opportunities which are available to us. We just came out of the pandemic, but China is still in lockdown. Supply chain issues continue to prevail. I wanted to change one of my car, and I went to the dealer, and I asked him about the model, can I see? And he told me, we don't have anything to display. You have to place an order. It will take 12 to 18 months. That too, if you're interested in a V6 model, we can't give you V8. Forget about it. So these are the new realities of the world, which we are coming up. High inflation, soaring interest rates, interest rates cuts again and again. Then we had Russia and Ukraine war, and we are seeing the impact of that, high energy prices. And it is basically making things a little bit more difficult where we are. So, and then we look at, the yield curves and various other things, and then the discussion is on the recession is going to come, maybe in the next 12 months, for most of the economies, for the Western world. But when we look at the region, the dynamics are different. The dynamics are different. We should be confident, but at the same time, we should also be cautious of how we plan things going forward. In this presentation, I will try to outline and show certain differences between how the rest of the world is currently performing and the challenges which they have, and how we are as a region currently performing. And we will see, how at the moment we progress, how are those differences, and how we can take opportunities which are available to us. The growth in the world is slowing. There is no doubt about it. And if you look at this slide, on the left side, basically, this is the global outlook. This is the global outlook for the world. If you look at the world economy, 2021, 6% growth. It came down to 3.2. It's a forecast for the year. I'm not an economist, so please don't ask me questions on this. I'm a commercial guy. I understand how to make investments and how to make returns on that, but at the same time, do the right things and build sustainable business models. The next year expectation is 2.7%. If you look at the advanced economies, 5.2% was the growth last year, 2.4% is the current year expected, and next year it's going to be 1.1. It can change, the way His Highness mentioned, nobody has got a crystal ball. Things could change depending on what happens on the geopolitical side, what happens on the energy prices, what happens on the inflation. If you look at the emerging and the developing economies, you can also see a decline there on that. I'll come to the MENA region in a while, but let's look at a fancy graph which our team has put at the bottom on the right side. This is the inversion of the yield curve. So this is basically how the 2-year US Treasury and 10-year US Treasuries are priced. In a normal situation, the yield on a 10-year bond is going to be higher compared to a yield on 2-year bond because there is a time difference, there is a risk involved in this process. Whenever this gets inverse, which means you are making a better return or a better yields are available on a shorter term matured bonds of 2 years compared to 10 years, it implies that there could be a recession coming up. Again, this is theory, but many times, this is a very strong test. This is a very strong thing which most of the economists, the companies keep on looking at it because it gives some direction on how things will happen. If you look at the red circles which we have here, these are the times when actually, this is a small period we have plotted here. This is the time when this actually inversed and we had problems. We had problems coming up from there. The more important thing is how long does it last? If it turns around quickly, I'm sure you all will remember at the COVID, all the board sessions sitting together as a leadership team, we all used to discuss, is the recovery is going to be V curve? Is it going to be U? Is it going to be W? But with the central banks, the policymakers had tools available, and as a result, the recovery was quite rapid at that time when it happened. Again, in 2022 forecast, it's expected to be a similar situation, but this is the rest of the world. We are all well connected, so we cannot be immune to what's happening, in other part of the world. And these days, basically, with this interconnection of the financial markets, the bad news actually travels, in my view, maybe 10 times faster than a good news. So there are a lot of implications on that. So whatever I'm saying, we just need to take a very pragmatic view on this. If you look at the MENA growth, last year was 5.7%. This year expectation is 6.6. The next year is expected to be 4.5. Now this growth of 4.5 for the following year is higher than the growth we are expecting in the rest of the world. This growth is actually higher than the pre-COVID growth rate of 10 years achieved by the region. So it's all okay. We are okay. But again, this is the time for the leaders, the business leaders, the private sector, the public sector. Let's take advantage of the opportunities which have been provided to us by the economic force globally. Let's not miss on these opportunities. But at the same time, we all should be building up, the businesses which have a very robust business model and which are sustainable. I think that's something is very key. On the right side, this is just the outlook of the GCC countries. This is based on a Fitch report and an IMF, discussion which has come up. Starting with Oman, high energy prices will drive budget surplus for the current year. It's expected also for the next year, which is great. If you look at Saudi, is among top performance globally in 2022, with 7.6% GDP growth, reforms to continue driving growth. We have used this data point, and then Fitch came out with a new report. It's very recent, just I think 2-3 days back. We got our hands on it only today morning. And they have revised this growth rate to 8.4 from 7.6 because they looked at the data available as of second quarter this year. So things are progressing there as well. If you look at it, UAE, strong economic recovery, driven again by high energy prices. Tourism is coming back. A lot of activity is happening. You look at the property prices, it's a completely different market there as well. Qatar, World Cup has already approached. There is a lot of activity happening there. Kuwait, short-term growth rate is expected to be highest in the decade. It's expected to be around 8.2% this year. It's expected to be very high for the next year itself. Bahrain, the fiscal surplus will be there, but there are certain medium-term challenges, so we need to look at it. So what I'm trying to explain, globally, things look very worrisome. As a region, we have a different dynamics, but we need to be cautious on this. And what's driving this actually, the difference? One, even prior to pre-pandemic, we have gone through a long cycle of relatively low oil prices. Because of the relatively low oil prices, there were a lot of fiscal reforms being introduced by the government, and there was a laser-sharp focus on diversification. Things can't change very quickly when you're talking about making changes within the country, so it takes time. But we were all on the right direction on this. Then all of a sudden, the oil prices really spiked up. That provided a significant boost to the regional economies, and that's why we are seeing this difference currently. The rest of the world is currently having an impact because of the inflation. And energy prices is one of the key components which are there. And that's why we are seeing a various, the Fed hikes and everything as we look at. So just to give you an overall perspective on how the GDPs are currently looking at. This is another indicator. This is on the half side of the slide, you have the global markets. And on the remaining half of the slides, you have the capital markets performance of, again, the regional markets. We have 2019 numbers in that, the returns made in 2019, and the year-to-date return of 2022. If you look at on the corner, The global stock markets, the dark blue is the current year performance. It's 25% down, 28% down, 30% down. That's what is currently happening. And why is it happening? It's happening because of the interest rates. The interest rates are really, really spiking high. So there is no free money available. And that's why the money is getting deployed at other places. The quantitative tightening has been started by the Fed. So implications are there. So we can look at it. US market, S&P, NASDAQ, UK market, Hong Kong, China, Germany, France, everywhere it's down. And if you look at the results in 2019, they were all very strong. Actually, there was a significant rally which happened in 2021. And then all of a sudden, the inflation and things completely went out of control. And we are seeing a serious decline on this. Where the markets will go from here, I don't have any idea on this. But sometime it's going to definitely correct and things will look good. Now let's look at the other side, which is the GCC market. And the one in the box which you see is the Muscat stock market. We are currently around 9.7% higher compared to where we were. And in 2019, we had a negative performance of 8.1. So our stock market has suffered a lot over a period of time. So the returns which we are seeing are different. And then we look at the Saudi, Abu Dhabi, and others. They are all okay, not very strong. But if we look at their performance up to May, I think even up to June this year, they were at record high level. And thereafter, the Fed tightening and the global outlook, as well as when there is a risk of recession, I think the first thing which happens is you have a decline in the oil consumption. And once you have an energy price consumption getting reduced, it will have an impact on the oil prices. So there are various dynamics which are currently playing on this. But this is another data point for us to look at it. How is the rest of the world doing from the stock market point of view, and how are we progressing? Now, there are certain good things happening right now. It's, I attended the MSX roadshow, which was organized by the stock market, I think last month or a month before than that. And we had various companies coming up and presenting, the investment case, to the foreign investors, to the local investors there. And the government is coming up various initiatives, and there are a lot of privatization plan currently happening, which will take place this year, and maybe it will take next couple of years to formalize. So this is going to bring more liquidity in the market. The Muscat stock market is doing its best to become a member of FTSE Russell index, which means there will be a passive allocation of all the funds which invest in an index. Again, this is going to bring the valuation up as we progress. Again, along with the word of cautious, but the things are moving in the right direction. This is another very interesting slide, rest of the world and how we are seeing within Oman and how we are seeing in other different markets. On this side, we have the number of rate hikes done by Fed in a very short period of time, and what are the expectation in the next coming few months. There is expected to be almost 16 hikes in a very short period of time. And when we say one hike, it's generally 25 basis point. So from a completely low interest environment, maybe just a zero interest environment, throughout the globe, it's rising very sharply. It's almost close to around 3.2%. And all these Fed hikes were done to control the inflation. And then everybody was surprised when in September, the new inflation print was issued, and it was still at around 8.2%, which means these hikes are going to continue because Fed is very much determined to control the inflation as we progress. If you look at the Omani conventional banks, the lending rates, we never had low interest environment for the last couple of years. Yeah, we have been operating at 5% plus. On an overall basis for the corporates, for the retails, there are different things to look at. So if you see the light blue line on the top, that is the lending rate of the commercial bank for for the last 2 years, and it's very much steady. It may change going forward because right now there is a surplus liquidity available in the market. Although Omani Rial is fully pegged with US dollar, but so you will see an increase in the repo rates from the central bank side, but that's not necessarily being reflected in what the interest rates are charged by Omani banks if you have Real Omani borrowings. So there are deposits, there are surplus available, so that the line is pretty much consistent there. The dark blue line is basically the US dollar borrowings, in Oman. And if you see, they are really going up the way the Fed rates are going up the last 2 months. So it's a clear reflection of whatever happens outside. If the entities have a US dollar borrowing here, this is how the interest rates are stacking up. Again, it's very important that the companies and as business leaders, there has to be a very strong financial discipline. The companies should be borrowing in US dollar if they have US dollar assets available, because the markets can change anytime. Geopolitics is a very determining factor these days on how the markets react and perform. We are seeing a lot of companies trying to quickly convert their dollar borrowing into Real Omani because from a very low interest rate environment of the dollar borrowings, the interest rates are really going up. Again, it comes down to the financial discipline and how we do things. At OMInvest, I'll just try to give some of the examples. We are not perfect, but we learn from our experiences and we try to adapt to the changing economic environment. We have a strong financial discipline in terms of what should be the debt to equity ratio which we need to maintain, how much our dollar borrowing should be there, are they matched with the US dollar assets or not? These are some very important considerations for the businesses to look at. Finally, on this slide, it may happen that the Fed interest rates may go up to 5%, which will be the first quarter of next year, which means another 175 basis point may come up on that. Now, Oman economic recovery is gaining traction. So, with the financial discipline, the fiscal reforms being introduced, the debt to GDP ratio is reducing. This is all getting reflected in the credit rating issued by S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. We waited for a long to see any positive upside happening on these ratings. Now we have started seeing those changes coming up. So S&P upgraded us to BB minus. This happened in April this year. Fitch has basically upgraded us in August 2022, and the Moody's has very recently changed the outlook from stable to positive. So again, the good things, that means fiscal-wise, financially, with the discipline, the reforms which have been introduced, the credit ratings are also looking at it quite positively. And again, it's a process, because we have come down from a very low, level of high debt coming up, very low oil prices. So it takes some time to stabilize. And if you see the rating evolution, how it went up and now it's coming up, it will take some time. It cannot go and change pretty quickly. But if the things continue the way they are continuing, hopefully we will have a better ratings available to the country going forward. We are still investment grade. Something which is very important, and I think the foreign investors have also understood this now, is if you understand the local risk properly and you understand the ground realities, then there are a lot of investment opportunities available within the region, within Oman as well, because there is still a big price dislocation. If you look at the price to book or price to earning, which are two very important parameters the global organizations looks at when they are making the investments, our valuations are still very down. So again, local risk, ground realities, there are opportunities to make outsized gain. And we have seen this in 2020, when the oil prices collapsed and the ratings were really going down. Many investors invested in Oman sovereign bonds, and they really made a very good return because that time the prices were really low, but then they picked it up as the economic environment started to improve. So again, just a comment there. I will not talk about the budget deficit to surplus. His Highness has explained us, but it's really good to see how the things are stacking up. With a budget deficit for several years, we are now looking at a surplus for 2022, and we are looking at for a surplus for 2023 as well. But it has to be very wisely utilized, and that's what the government is playing a very critical role there. The authorities are looking at this very closely. Diversification remains the key. There is no doubt about it. And everyone has to play a role in the public sector as well as the private sector. If you look at this particular slide, now just a little bit of flavor on during the COVID period, the Omani banks have played a crucial role under the wise leadership of Central Bank of Oman in supporting the banking sector, in supporting the economic sector during COVID to help cushion in terms of the financial difficulties faced by the borrowers. So there were moratorium period, there were various schemes which were introduced. It had pandemic, this happened after many, many decades. This is something unprecedented which has happened. So it will definitely take a big toll on the economy. And it took not only for Oman, for the rest of the world as well. But one another important indicator there is the performance of the banking sector as well as the asset quality of the banking sector. If you look at the results there, 27, 28, 29, pre-COVID level, 2020, the profitability of the banking sector reduced quite significantly because you have to take more provisions, you have to prepare for the unprecedented circumstances. 2021 was still bad, but coming up to the level where they should be. Now, if you look at 2022, this is the 3 quarters performance of around combined profit of all the banks is around 282 million reals. If the same trends continue, the banks will be back at 2019 level. Just an indicator on how the things to be looked at. Financial soundness indicators are healthy. The capital adequacy requirements and everything of the Omani banking sector is quite good. These are all very important things because finally, the banking sector is a barometer of your economy. So it's coming up well. We also looked at some of the other sectors within Oman. The financial sector is performing okay, still a way to go. Services sector has been impacted because you have got a lot of tourism-related businesses a part of this, and it will take some time to come up. But overall, this is how the way the various sectors are currently being performing. Now, just to look at what we should be doing in terms of these uncertain environment, these uncertain times, to remain basically, how do we thrive, during this turmoil by only building robust business models. Now, with the various uncertainties and the various things which we are looking at, the types of risks are very different. Geopolitics, geostrategy is something. Geostrategy is a word which I discovered, while doing reading for this particular event, and it's something becoming extremely important, which needs to be start discussing in the various boardrooms by the various leadership teams. And I'll have a slide on this, and I'll talk about the geostrategy on the next slide. But how do you build a robust business model? There are 6 dynamics of that, and once we look into all of these in a holistic way and adapt it in a real manner, the things are going to be different. I will not talk much on this. You all are business leaders. You all know it very well. But just briefly, purpose, culture, and strategy. This is extremely important. Yeah. And the history has shown, the purpose-driven organizations are more successful, and they build up a very long-lasting businesses. Culture is basically how do you, operate within your companies? How do you motivate your people? How do you manage the expectation of the new generation of the employees coming up who have a completely different values, and they are looking at completely different way of doing your businesses. Strategy is very important. Purpose is important for your customers. Purpose is something which drives the whole business. It is core of the business. At Ominvest, we are proud of our purpose statement, which is transforming businesses to enrich societies. So whatever we are doing, we are all aware why are we doing and how can we basically really contribute not only to the success of our organization, but as well as how can we contribute to the communities where we live in. Leadership and talent, financing and investments. I will just take a minute on this particular bullet point because it's very important. His Highness talked about the buffers being available within the Omani banks, and they can be disbursed, to basically boost the economic activity. But here again, I have a comment here. Looking at and being in this in Oman for the last 25 years, financial discipline and investments is extremely important. Many times, this thing gets a little bit of backstage because you have low interest rates environment prevailing. Many times, the organizations start taking advantage of the low interest rate environment, and they start investing in assets which are going to give them return and reward over a long period of time. Then what happens? There are various economic forces which are beyond anyone's control, and then things change overnight. And as a result, then you have the whole issue of payments, restructuring, rescheduling of your loans and installment. I think this is extremely important. When you are building an organization, that organization should be robust, which means if somebody pulls out, the carpet below your feet, you are still able to stand and you are able to take advantage of the mega trends, which are currently thriving the business. So again, these things are really very important. Process and organizational dynamics. The companies have to be agile. They have to be flexible. There is no recipe for success, but if you can adapt to the changing environment, the possibility of you being successful are very high. I think that's very important. The organization's values and the purpose, I think they should be casted in stone, but organization structure, the way you operate your business models, you have to be agile, and that's how basically you can continue doing the business in any different environments. Ecosystem and networks are very important, technology and data. I don't have to emphasize on this. The way the technology and the data is currently being utilized is really amazing to see this. What really worries us as Ominvest is basically how our portfolio companies are going to be disrupted going forward by technology. Is the banking going to remain the same the way currently bankers operate? Is the insurance sector going to continue the way they are currently operating? How the people are going to look at the insurance and other things. So it's, that disruption is going to impact most of the businesses. And again, that's why looking ahead and being flexible and adapt to the changing situation is going to be extremely important for everyone's thriving, during these difficult times. Key priorities for the private and public sectors play a role in economic diversification. Again, we are not immune to what's happening in the rest of the world. Our financial indicators are very strong, but we still have a lot of dependency on the oil sector. So we need to move away from this. And again, the role has to be played by both the private sector as well as the government sector on that. And then come up with the initiatives and come up with the ideas and see how we can do things. Enhance collaboration and strategic partnership between private and public sector. Respond to economic challenges and opportunities with speed and be very agile in whatever it's doing. You can have brilliant strategies, but if they are not executed properly, I think most of them are meaningless. Just few comments on that. And finally, I included this slide because this is something which has really changed the way currently the world is operating. Businesses now need specific strategy to navigate today's risks, such as geostrategic landscape. So much different. We are all connected. And the globalization has worked for the last 80 years. Now we are hearing different views because of the lockdown in China, the supply chain issues coming up, Russia-Ukraine war. We discussed the issue of food security after many, many years, but once the war started, I think the countries were really rushing to see how they can get their hands and make sure that they have the food security for all the people of those nations. So very different. The pandemic and the geopolitical crisis have understandably rattled the business leaders. Experts debate that maybe this is an end of the globalization and things are going to be different, but it's not going to happen that way. And people should not be panicking because we cannot survive if we are not global these days. Couple of things, a pandemic, a climate disaster, or a geopolitical event which happened between Russia and Ukraine cannot be contained within any border. It's going to come and it's going to impact everyone. So people have to be prepared for this. And how can we prepare for this is first really mapping our material dependencies. Once we know what are the areas which could impact us because of the geopolitics issue, only then we can determine our strategy on this. It could be on the people dependency. It could be on the raw material, the dependency. It could be a dependency on the technology. And as well as, with the new involvement and technology, you have got new risks coming up, like cyber security. So it's very important that we are all aware of this geopolitics risk, which can impact our businesses, and then we drive a proper strategy on this. And then another important thing is, make geostrategy a leadership priority. So this should be a boardroom agenda point, and this should be something which should be discussed, by the leaders to really see what could go wrong because of the events which are beyond our control, but at least we are aware and we start preparing ourselves for this. So somebody has a dependency on the material coming from a particular country. If a geopolitical event happened, what are the alternative sources available? So again, preparing ourselves for all these things and building a robust business model is the key for us. Diversification, agility, collaboration, and incorporating elements of ESG, not only greenwashing, but really adapting ESG to our core is going to help to thrive during this time. I think that's it from my side. My concluding comment here is, this is an opportunity. Business leaders should take, grab on this opportunity. But we are in a very connected world. Next year, following year will be very different. So we should be building robust business model. Diversification again becomes, extremely important for everyone. I think with that note, thank you very much for listening to me. And I hope you would have found this presentation a little bit useful. And I wish you a very successful, the event for the remaining sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawatra. Absolutely impressive. Contingency and adaptability, very good. I'll tell you one thing, this summit is way more intense than last year's summit, so we're getting a lot of information here. Now, we're moving on to share that OER is organizing its first energy conclave, and this is happening on the 13th of December 2022, right here at Sheraton Muscat. The summit will focus on energy transition, covering the entire gamut of relevant issues such as renewables, green hydrogen, upstream, downstream, and more. Please do save the date. This is another very, very important summit. Now, the Sultanate recently celebrated Omani Women's Day on the 17th of October. Congratulations to all the Omani women. Well done. Yes, they deserve it. They are the second wing of Oman, 100%, and Al-Mar'a Oman's leading women's magazine has been showcasing path-breaking achievers for the last 10 years at its annual gala, which is called Al-Mar'a Excellence Awards. This year's edition takes place on the 9th of November at Sheraton Oman. So let's look at the video on what lies in store.
مؤتمر وجوائز مجلة المرأة السنوي ينطلق في نوفمبر المقبل في نسخته 11. استطاع المؤتمر طوال النسخ 10 الماضية تسليط المزيد من الضوء على العديد من الأسماء الناجحة وسط إشادات واسعة بأهمية الجائزة في دعم نجاحات المرأة العمانية وتمكينها. يشارك في المؤتمر شخصيات نسائية بارزة ومتحدثات في العديد من المجالات ورائدات أعمال. نكرم الملهمات ونحتفي بالمبدعات. شاركونا الاحتفال بتكريم المجيدات وإطلاق النسخة الثالثة من كتاب ملهمات الذي يستعرض نخبة من نساء عمان الملهمات.
Looking forward to what's going to happen on that, which is very good. Ladies, all the best to you guys on that day. So it's time for the first panel discussion on the topic, thriving in an agile and disruptive business environment. And I would like to now invite on stage Mr. Mayank Singh, the group editor of UMS and the moderator of the panel discussion, to please come on stage and take forward the proceedings. Mr. Mayank?
Thank you, Fahmi, for that introduction. The topic of today's economy-led panel discussion is thriving in an agile and disruptive business environment. And we have drawn up a line of stalwarts to discuss ideas. In the interest of time, I'm going to keep the introductions very short and these are also people who don't need any introduction. Walking up on stage first is Mr. Rameez Al-Amoudi, CEO of Dhofar International Development and Investment Holding Company, or DIDIC, one of the largest investment holding companies in the Sultanate. Mr. Al-Amoudi. It's my honor to invite on stage Al-Said Hamid bin Sultan Al-Busaidi, Executive Director of the Oman Center for Governance and Sustainability. Al-Said Hamid has played a pivotal role and a pioneering role in establishing the Oman Center for Corporate Governance and the Capital Market Authority. When he was working there, Said Hamid served on a number of policy-making and institutional committees. Please welcome Said Hamid. Walking up next on stage is Mr. Saeed Ahmad Sarfaraz, Chief Executive Officer of Oman Investment and Finance Company. Mr. Sarfaraz has rich and extensive professional experience of more than 27 years in banking, finance, telecom, and investment sectors. Our next panelist is Dr. Amir Al-Rawaz, Executive Chairman, Concordia Group, a keynote speaker, consultant, and a trusted executive coach. Dr. Rawaz is an award-winning transformation leader who has made great impact on the lives of thousands of people in Oman and the world. Welcome, Dr. Rawaz. Our next panelist is Mr. Sunil Kohli, CEO of Dhofar Insurance Company. Mr. Kohli has worked in the insurance industry across various capacities for over 31 years. Prior to Oman, he worked in India and he worked in Kenya. And our final panelist is Mr. Neelmani Bhardwaj, CEO Takaful Oman Insurance. Mr. Bhardwaj is a senior general insurance professional with 25 plus years of extensive international experience in the financial services industry, of which 18 years were with the AIG Group in varied roles and geographies in South Asia, GCC, Africa, Russia, and Europe. Please welcome. All the way, mics are working. This is about disruption, and we hear about double whammy, but this has been multiple whammies that all of you have faced as business leaders. So there was the COVID-19 crisis, then there was the war which happened, now there's a Fed rate tightening. How has business been? Can we just have a quick word? I guess, maybe let's go with Mr. Sarfaraz. I mean, how has business been? Though I want to talk about Khidma also to you right after this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Well, I think the presentations before now mentioned a lot about how the economy looks like. It was an insightful, shedding a light on the international, regional, and local economy. I think we are seeing good changes in the economy. We are turning upward. We need to show a better commitment from all parties, government, private sector, and the individuals, to drive the changes for better results.
Okay, so, but talking about Khidma, I've seen that the Khidma mobile application grew by 128% in 2021, the downloads. What do you ascribe that to? Is there a change in behavior? Is the way people are going and adapting digitally, is that changing in the country? And is that helping a business?
Before the recent change, let's talk about the pandemic period, where it forced people to go online and do more with digital and technology solutions. I think the consumer desire, the level of education requirements to get things faster, give us a sort of inspiration to start this in back in 2014-15, to start the Khidma application to serve literally the utility at the beginning, the utility services. And then later on, we were first in market. We shift to more than this to work with the government institution for collections, to deal with gaming and other solutions. And I think the growth is much beyond expectations. We cross 750,000 downloads in a country with 4.8 million. There are 75% of our total transactions are now done online, transaction, not values. That shows how much the community is ready to do the changes, and that wasn't only forced by the desire throughout the pandemic and the bad days. It is continuous. There is a sort of average of daily downloads between 350 to 400 downloads on a daily basis. That also create a big competition in the market. There are lots of other people who provide similar or close to this. The future is now to build on blockchains, IoT, and other smarter moves to help the digital, sector or arena. The vision 2040 is also driving to less papers, more digital.
Okay. Mr. Ramesh, Dr. Was before, I want you to sum up, but I'll go to the practitioners first. Ramesh, thoughts on business?
As Mr. Saeed said, the previous speakers highlighted the improvement in the local economy as a result of the increase in oil prices. But I'd also like to highlight that during the pandemic period, the guidance provided by the CBO, allowing banks to restructure, refinance certain liabilities that corporates had taken over, that led to us being in a much better position today to actually meet the challenges and grow. So I think the guidance from the CBO shows the importance of the regulators in setting up or paving the way for businesses to actually take advantage of the opportunities that they find themselves meeting in.
But were there opportunities here in this market? Are there opportunities?
I think the opportunities are here, and they are continuing. I mean, at the end of the day, as was also pointed out, our market is really underpriced relative to our peers, relative to the region, relative to internationally. So there are a lot of opportunities for profit-taking in Oman market. What you need, I think, is a little more depth in the capital markets to allow for the trading volume to happen, for profits to be taken when the time is right. And you also need to make sure that the corporates align their assets and liabilities in such a way to remain robust and keep their heads above water when things do happen in unexpected ways.
Sure. Neelmani, Takaful perspective? I mean, how are things looking up for the Islamic sector, Islamic banking sector?
See, from an insurance perspective, during COVID, it was very, very stressful for the people per se and also for the companies because the claims on the death side on the life insurance spiked. And we being number 2 in the market on life side really experienced that. We saw the personal tragedies, we also saw the economic losses. But as insurers, that's why we are here. Then there's a double whammy was Shaheen, which was a cyclone as well. So we went through a very rough time in 2020 and 2021. But insurance, I think every activity everything that happens in the world, insurance somehow gets impacted. So with the energy prices, now we are seeing delay in supply chain. Wherever we have a fire loss, that kind of adds up. The delay in the business interruption claims, then the timelines go up. So yeah, we have been resilient as a sector, but I think we have seen a lot of, but the good thing about all this is that the awareness has gone up. So the consumer awareness, which was not very high in our region and especially in Oman, now on insurance has gone up. And being an Islamic player, I've seen that the uptake on that, people had some conception about insurance as not being, is being haram. But I think as an Islamic insurance, we've seen that they've been received very well after the COVID and the Shaheen claims. So it's good for us.
Sunil, what about general insurance? I know things have been tough and you got affected, but your profits are still up.
First of all, I'll congratulate the organizers for an excellent event.
Oh, thank you.
And the speakers before were really brilliant. So I think they have set a bar too high for us. so we will now...
no, collectively you can match
yeah,
up.
Yeah, definitely. So I am absorbing from all those presentations and blurting it out now. So the insurance industry, definitely, it's an industry which is local, but at the same time, it's international by way of impact from the whole global economy onto it. First is from the COVID times. It had a great impact on the medical side, on the life insurance side. A lot of deaths were there. People reduced their going to hospital initially, but ultimately it could not be stopped, and then there were increased hospitalizations, which had an impact on the profitability of insurance companies on life and medical side. But at the same time, during COVID lockdown time, it created a new challenge for the insurance industry here, because most of it was focusing on branches, physical brick and mortar offices, where we were used to the customers coming to our office, talking to representatives and getting the insurance done. That is the way it was. And all insurance companies were in the process of digitalization. So what the COVID did, hastened this digitalization roadmap and digital transformation to a large extent. So due to this, many companies, including ourselves, we fast-tracked our digital delivery to the customers. And since we were in an advanced stage of digitalization of our insurance, so we were able to give online solution to our customers during lockdowns, call center 24/7, plus customer service by way of digital apps. So all this helped us to just get over that particular problem of lockdown and COVID situation, give delivery of service to the customers, whether it's claims, whether it's documentation.
Sure.
So that is how we were able to tide over the crisis. And there are two more issues which we can talk about. One is this Russia and Ukraine conflict. So that also has led to certain issues on the capacities because the Russian reinsurers cannot be used anymore by us. And it also has an impact on customers who have their supplies going to Russia. So we cannot give insurance coverage to those supplies which are going to Russia due to the sanctions. So we have to find some solution, maybe to the port or something else. So that also has another impact. And the third impact is due to the inflation in the European countries. So all the reinsurers, they are, due to that inflation, they are increasing the cost of reinsurance, which is now coming on to us. And at some time, they will affect the customers.
Sure, Sunil. Dr. Abbas, you lead businesses, you've led businesses, you also consult with businesses. Last 2 years, give us a sense of the conversations that you're having with business leaders.
Thank you very much. I want to first echo Sunil's comment on the choice of speakers. I think between His Highness and Sanjay, they prepared me for my next speaking opportunity next month in Dubai, where I was reluctant to take up the topic, but I feel ready now after listening to them. Thank you for the choices of speakers. If I was to put in a nutshell what has happened over the last 2 to 3 years, I think in a nutshell, return on effort has gone down. But in general, business outcome has been stable. But return on effort has gone down. We've had to work much harder to stabilize returns than ever before. And that, I think, if anything, has prepared us to go on a path of growth, because we're not in business to stabilize or to survive. We're in business to grow. And I think if we continue to work at the same level of effort that has led us to survive through those multiple whammies you referred to, return on effort will be much higher in the growth cycle. Although that's not happening, we are seeing hyperinflation that's going to hit the world. It's not really hit us yet, especially on local currencies in the region, but it will sooner or later. But I think those crises have prepared us for that by allowing us to diversify. And I know companies that I've been involved in, as well as clients of mine, have survived, and those that did better is exactly what Sanjay said. Those who had the agility and the sense to benefit from the geostrategic transformation that they had to do. I know that some survived from the intellectual business to the trading business, basically by being agile on the geostrategic transformation, where they benefited also from the crisis that happened, especially the pandemic. And overall stabilized. return on effort is down.
Oh, great. Syed Hamid, His Highness started his presentation. He showed a picture of carbon. And then he spoke extensively about the whole impending environment threats that we face and how we need to move on from here to a net zero probably situation. You lead a very important organization, an institution here, the Center for Governance and Sustainability. Why are these important for companies? Why is this important for the economy?
Thank you for having me here. Actually, the previous presentation were excellent. And they should highlight also on the importance of governance in the business environment. All business, whether private or public, might face now and later on challenges. And like Sanjay said, the geostrategy is a challenge. Therefore, I think they have to improve the business environment, internal. There are two factors, actually. All kind of business have to take into consideration. One, the internal issue, the business environment, they have to enhance that through governance practices. And also the external factor that there was always a disruptive innovation which could affect the business. So therefore, the businessman or the board of directors should be actually equipped and be ready for these kind of challenges. Sustainability important. It will also, it goes in line with governance. And I think so many companies now are realizing that sustainability so important for their business because it could reduce it could reduce both of them, governance and sustainability, could reduce risk and also could improve and open opportunities to gain business and growth. So I think these are, in my opinion, are very main pillar in not only business environment, in our 2040 vision as well.
But as a center, how are you helping businesses understand this concept and implement it?
Yes, we are actually a government entity doing services. We provide services. We are not a regulator, although a regulator should be improved. We are helping corporates, all kinds of corporates, to demonstrate and have these policies in place. And we help them also by education. Actually, the businesses, the center is dedicated to demonstrate sound governance and sustainability. And we have done a lot since we were established, 2015. We have now trained CEOs, board of directors, over 4,000 in total, 4,000 people. We have helped many corporates, in addition to private government entities, setting up their policies as guidelines or codes in governance. In addition, we have came up with a code, sustainability code, in 2018. It's like a reference for all corporates if they want to go for how to go about sustainability. So the center is there helping corporates to promote governance and to enhance this governance in their working environment.
Sure. Great. Mr. Sarfar, one thing which COVID did, and probably it's that it really fast-tracked digitalization for companies. All of you have been talking about it. You started investing as a company, IFC, more on digital. You're coming with an e-wallet solution. Is that a good thing which has happened? And how's the acceptance now?
Well, I think, again, it's about a business model to cope with changes in the business environment. The company, as everybody knows, is more than 40 years in business. It's more into manual services, and recently we changed the model to be more from a corporate to consumers and to position ourselves as a digital platform institution. This drives us to improve our own customer experience through digital services and to see what are the opportunities in this line. So we approach the central bank to get the payment service providers license. We get the approval to have our own Khidma e-wallet. It's now under connectivity to central bank. The requirements are massive and very much not easy to get, because you have to comply with central bank requirement, governance, regulatory requirements. But we are building on the consumer's need. I think we are driven by the consumer's requirements. What the customer wants, we have to adapt. We have to make it easy, safe, and fast. And we hope to see lots of more technology-oriented or based services that would serve the community. We are aiming to also, hopefully, join others. We cannot play alone. Nobody can play alone. I think it's the time for consolidation, for partnership, for people to work together, and each one of us has to do his own part of work, whether the government, private sector, individuals, or young people with innovation and thoughts. And the payment service is definitely an additional value. We will build on it, hopefully to get more services. We are aiming for, we don't have, for example, the wages protection system in Oman, where it's applied everywhere in even nearby countries. We hope to see this happening through the systems if you know, it has to get a government approval, central bank approval, and the rest of it. But we count on technology, we count on consumers driving the changes in the business environment, and we are committed to deliver this to our own board of directors.
Dr. Abbas, we are committed to technology, digital is the future. How do we change the valuation or the evaluation of such companies and foster like a culture of innovation, a venture capital kind of an environment in Oman? What can big businesses do?
Well, you see, our valuation model in the region, not only the GCC, but also extends to the Indian subcontinent, has always been based on past performance. And this is how businesses are usually evaluated in a transaction. But when you're talking about innovation and digital companies, you evaluate them depending on future value, future potential. And that has not yet taken place. I'm sure at Invest Corp, Oman Invest have already seen these models at play in international investment, but we're not seeing that at play within Oman. We're still seeing promising SMEs and innovative companies that are being undervalued because they're subjected to the more conventional valuation models. I think we should move into a future perspective model similar to what we see abroad. You know, we all know that a lot of these big unicorns have been valued at multi-billions before they even hit profit. But while our investment community still looks at valuations the conventional way, we will not see growth and scalability in our SMEs. I think we need to change the mindset of the investors and perhaps invite family companies to join the game and divest from bricks and mortars, as you said, into investing in these new generation innovative companies with a fair valuation model.
Ramesh, how do we, from a finance perspective, how do we improve the attractiveness of Oman as a destination which can attract FDI or companies which can attract a lot more finance?
Well, I think, from the government's perspective, I think a lot has been done. The infrastructure we have in Oman is excellent. I think the rules and regulations are coming. The credit rating improvement obviously plays a lot because FDI coming in also needs financing. They also need a local labor market that is progressive enough to actually provide them with the skills that they need. But looking at from the private sector's perspective, I think we should be looking more at becoming co-investors with such FDI. I mean, whenever international investors come into a new market, when they see the local people, the local companies, putting some money up front, putting some skin in the game into these projects, it gives them a much higher level of appetite to come in and take the risk. It would also be incumbent upon us to actually explain the risks to the international investors who might not know what the local risks look like. But I think at the end of the day, the fundamentals are there. The pull factors are there. It's just a matter of actually moving ahead and getting those partnerships in.
Sure. Sunil, how can the private sector play a larger part in the economy? A quick word on that.
Private sector has been playing already a part in the economy by way of contributing to the GDP, creating employment for the people, and also putting money into the ecosystem. So what we have to do more is to create more kind of hubs where innovation gets thrived, more productivity gets enhanced, and we also should work towards having a kind of industry which is not only rent-based industry, but it's also an industry which focuses on production, physical production. Because if we want to create jobs, we have to get into the industry which gives jobs to people. That has to come out with certain industries which will have get into production, supply chain management, logistics. So all this will create a lot of effort and create and get benefit to the GDP of the country.
Syed Hamid, what do we do? How do we unlock the potential of the private sector? And I know you have some views on this.
Actually, I want to highlight on the vision, Oman Vision 2040. In fact, when they set the vision, they took into account private sector. So to achieve the objectives and the goals of the vision, private sector actually going to play a very important role. To do so, private sector currently has to make a change. They have to be proactive. So I have stated actually some few points here. They have to have capital, first of all, and I mean big capital. They have to acquire knowledge, innovation, and become capable of taking the future projects or the projects done, the projects in the 2040 vision. Third, manpower, leadership. Not only the quantity, we're talking about the quality as well. So private sector can create jobs. Private sector can create leadership who can be able to minimize the risk when it comes to disruptive innovation. And they should be also seekers or risk seekers. Currently, entrepreneurs and business leaders here in Oman are not really risk seekers. They are very hesitant to go outside the Omani market, and they have to join also joint venture with the regional or international companies. In addition, management, proper management and governance is a must. We were talking about governance since 2002, but still, I believe we need a big dose, and immediately, actually. We don't have to wait until 2040. And what I'm saying that I believe in governance. It's the main pillar, actually, of Oman 2040. Without governance in all sectors, we will get there, but we will not get the way we want, if we want to be among developed countries. So I think private sector now, and the government also, one factor is that the government has to extend its support to the private sector, work in hand together, because both sectors will develop the 2040 goals.
Sure.
Yes.
A lot of views came in, Nilmani, and we'll wrap up this. I know we are running short of, we are much behind our schedule. So you heard digitalization, valuations need to change, there are opportunities, government needs to be supportive. How do you sum it all up? I mean, what are the challenges that you face looking ahead? Where does the private sector go, and what are the enablers that you need to grow from here?
Yeah, I think I was going back to the presentation His Highness had made, and he'd mentioned about 3 points. I think that's the common theme which is coming across,
Yes.
and it's applicable to us as well. It's on climate change, it's on digitalization, it's on talent management. And insurance, when we talk of private contribution to the economy, and Sunil mentioned about the insured losses and reinsurers prices going up. Just to give you a quick example of the most recent event on Shaheen, the economic losses were much, much higher than the insured losses. So one of the things as a private sector which I feel we could do is also increase awareness of the sector, of the insurance across the entire country, because you cannot have a situation where the economic losses far exceed the insured losses, which means people are underinsured. And you want to add something?
Yeah, Dr. Abbas wants to say something, I think. Dr. Abbas? Yeah,
Okay.
you finish and then we'll come.
Okay, no, I thought maybe you want to jump in on that. Okay, so, and the other thing with the COVID, we saw fast tracking of digitalization, which we already were ahead. We had a one-touch app, we had the kiosks, but what we saw, the shift was customer acceptance. And the other shift which I saw, interestingly, was previously when we would talk of digitalization in our companies, employees would get scared. The coffee table discussion or the water cooler discussion where this company is going to bring in robotics and I will lose my job. But today that discussions have stopped because they've understood that digitalization has actually increased opportunities for them. They have got rid of the mundane tasks of entering data into the system every day, day in, down, but now they are actually interacting with the customer. They are listening to them. They are being trained to respond, because insurance is not so simple. It's complex, and you need to, people need to be trained to do that. So they're suddenly seeing that they are now they're reskilled and upskilled, and they're enjoying their jobs more. So at least that mindset is changing, and it changed rapidly. And we spoke on the climate change, which impacts us all insurers. In fact, in Oman, we saw 12 climatic events since GONU till last year. 14 years, 12 events. So you can imagine what it has done to reinsurance capacities, because companies here are many, but the capacities are limited. We all rely on reinsurers. So when we go out now, we have seen over the last 7 years, capacities have shrunk. The GCC capacities which increased after GONU are now automatically disappeared. We are relying heavily on UK and European reinsurers, which are now saying unless you have a NatCat pool, we are not going to be participating. So, there are a lot of challenges as companies, privately, I think individually we are all navigating, but I think collectively is something which I feel that we need to come, because we're looking at all these things as common to all of us. It's not unique to me. So I think that's probably where I think the private sector needs to come together along with the public.
Yeah, Dr. Abbas, you wanted to say something?
I want to, at the risk of sounding controversial, I want to disagree with some of my colleagues, starting with Ramez, who talked about how much the government has done and the fact that the government has done its job. I kind of agree in a cynical way. The government has done too much, in my opinion. The government is doing too much as we speak. And I also accept gracefully the list of things that we in the private sector, from Sayyid Hamid, that we have to do. We accept it, but I think the government needs to do less to allow us the space. We, as an economic terminology that talks about crowding out. The government is crowding out the private sector. I remember a book that I came across about 8 years ago by Sumit Kumar. The book is entitled, A Country is Not a Company. And in many ways, I see our government acting like a company. And more recently, even state-owned enterprises are going into the one sector that has remained for the private sector, which is the real estate. And that's going to disrupt the whole private sector real estate market, because that's the only space they're operating in after being crowded out of many of the super infrastructure, the infrastructure, and the, let's say, logistics space. And this is continuing. For the private sector to take its true place, the government has to step back. And we're not seeing that. We're seeing more and more government involvement, and as a result, private sector is not given the space to act more. And And then we get these lists of things that we have to do, which we will gracefully accept.
Dr. Abbas, that's what is being said, that the private sector needs to take a bigger role. The government wants to step back, but the private sector is not that strong.
If you allow me.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I totally agree with Dr. Amr. Maybe I forgot to mention that point, which was part of my, my answer. In fact, I have written here that the government should give a space to the private sector in terms not for projects, should involve them in its high supreme committees, authorities. We don't see members from private sector in government committees, whether it's economic committees or political committees or whatever, or they should take their opinion, actually. I know there is a Chamber of Commerce, but still, even that Chamber of Commerce, sorry if I have been blunt, it's dominated by the government, actually. So it shouldn't. So the government has to empower the private sector. Having said that, the private sector should become aggressive, more aggressive, and should not count on the government.
Sure, Doctor.
Like you said, if it has been depending on the government expenditure and should to play both roles, partnership, they should compete with the government, actually. They should really feel that they are the second part which would lead this development and achieving the 2040 vision.
Sure.
Yes.
No, I've been given a note to wrap up in like a couple of minutes. So, Ramesh, you want to respond to that?
No, actually, maybe just to clarify. My initial point, the message I meant to send across was the government has done the job in terms of putting the regulations and the infrastructure. I do not mean that the government should actually play an active role in the business world and compete against the private sector. I agree with you fully. It's a regional problem. Crowding out is a regional problem. It's somewhere, so that was my original intention.
Any closing remarks? I need to get the closing remarks.
If I may just add one more point. I thank both speakers for accepting the point, but there's an additional dimension to this. If you go to trade.gov, which is a platform designed to support American institutions become competitive locally and internationally, they have 110 findings about Oman. And the opening statement says, in a way, don't go and invest in Oman, because in Oman, it's very complex, and in Oman, the line between government and private sector is blurred, and government has the upper say. So if you're an American company trying to invest in Oman, you read that and you change your mind. In fact, I had a Singaporean, not even an American investor, who came while he was in Oman. He accessed this website and changed his mind.
No, I want to, Your Highness, would you want to come in? Because a lot of things have been being said about the government, but actually the private sector is also not really up to snuff in this country. I mean, do you want to say anything to the private sector? Yeah, can you get a mic to His Highness, please? Mic to His Highness, please.
Yeah. I think the point that Dr. Amr had put about the crowding out has always been an issue, but this is a bit of the whole government taking initiative because of the lack of trust in the private sector to take that role. So we always will have that issue in an economy where we call ourselves a mixed economy. It's not centrally planned, but it's not purely a market economy. The point that was raised by Dr. Amr regarding websites that talk about Oman, the problem is we don't talk enough about what we do critically enough, such as these panels and these sort of occasions, and therefore the world always tells our story. That's our problem. Always, whenever investors come to Oman, they will do their homework. And when they come and do a slip service, you're doing a good job or lack of, they generally know what they're talking about. But we don't like to talk about the negatives and put it out there and see how we can improve things. So ultimately, the government will still play an important role, and everyone in this hall is waiting for the next step. Where is government going to invest? How is it going to diversify? State-owned enterprises are engaged in the economic diversification of Oman. This, as an economist, worries me because now they've taken the role of we are going to create sectors and ecosystems and whatnot. If there's a clear exit plan, that's great, because the government is seeding. These are like startups. They get big enough, they graduate and whatnot. At the moment, this pipeline isn't very clear to us. We still need government to play a role everywhere where development has to happen and diversification. In a very short period of time, governments have played a critical role, whether it's the US, China, Southeast Asia, Europe, wherever it is. Oman is no exception. But government needs to be very clear, I'm going to play a role and I'm going to pull back at period X, Y, or Z, and that's what's in the vision, 40% or 60% of economic activity from the private sector. But I was just telling His Excellency, Oman defines private sector as any privately owned company or 40% of that company owned by the government, according to the PPP law in Oman, which means we've embedded SOEs in the private sector. So when we talk private sector, we're talking also state-owned enterprises by 40% or less. This is a mindset, and to change that mindset in Oman, we need government to announce that, yes, we're going to privatize, we're going to pull out of sector 1 or 2. We believe it's reached maturity. However, government has invested heavily, and there's always a risk of losing out. There are capital returns in the hundreds of millions of Omani riyals. Those are lost to the public finances, so we need to be mindful of those intricacies and not to be too critical of government. If the government raises its hands today from, let's say, logistics, is the private sector ready to take the role? That's an answer we need to know, and the same elsewhere.
Yeah, thank you.
Isn't the government already, by virtue of the corporate tax, a partner in every private company by 15% of profit? So they can be partners in all the private sector activity by virtue of the tax, but they don't have to be an equity partner and controlling partner.
Tax does not give you the ownership, mind you. Tax is just a way to tax any productive process. Yes, sure. But the fact that you're a part of there, I think of it as government going as a venture capital and seeding, which is fine as long as there's an exit plan. Without an exit plan, it remains a partner for a very long time, which creates all sorts of moral hazard and selection problems as well in terms of which investments and whatnot.
Thank you, Your Highness. Sunil, 30 seconds. Closing remarks.
Yeah. So what I truly believe is that Oman has a great geographical advantage, and which we need to harness. That is number one. Great infrastructure in place and excellent comparative cost advantage. Now it is up to us, whether it's private sector or government, how to make best use of these advantages which we have, not only in the close region, but also in the wider region.
Wonderful.
And can we, from the financial sector, look at something like DIFC, which can bring some investment inside, bring some new companies, multinational, preferring to come to Oman instead of high-cost locations. Today, there is a great difference in cost between Oman and many of the neighboring countries.
Fair enough.
We can make best use of it.
Sure. Last words, Mr. Said.
I think we should look into three elements. One is encouraging the foreign direct investments, number one. Two, to be reconsidering looking into our own, I would say, over-regulated sectors. One of them is insurance. I find it very, very difficult to have a proper penetration. We are probably the least in the GCC. And the fourth one is to reconsider what Dr. Amr is mentioning between going too far, blaming the government, and to be balanced, because the private sector in Oman are not willing to invest in many of these projects where the government is putting money. Having said that, they have to relook and re-evaluate their presence in some companies to unleash and unlock opportunities for the private sector, whether locally or internationally.
Yeah, no, wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to end this discussion on. It has to be a collaborative and a partnership approach. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists, please? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists. That was a very healthy discussion. I think this should evolve to the Economy Summit next year and a workshop on it, because everybody's interested. You caught all our attentions. Thank you very much. And of course, Mr. Mayank Singh for moderating. It was a splendid discussion. I hope everybody got what they needed to get from this. I definitely got that us micro SMEs are also another hope, another energy form for the future. We can actually conquer the world, so let's step it up ourselves and be able to show the government we can do something. That's what I think. So now we are moving on to share that UMS has another forthcoming event. It's called the Alam al-Iqtisad Islamic Banking and Finance Summit and Awards on the 29th of November. We will do a time check and make sure everything's on time. The event aims to at decrypting the future of Islamic banking, finance, and fintech. It is organized under the auspices of His Excellency Tahir Al-Amri, Executive President of Central Bank of Oman. So please save the date. Let's see you there. And 100% we will be on time and sharper. 100%. On 2nd of November, we also have another event, the Dossier Construction Awards, which will honor the best of the best within the infrastructure, real estate, commercial, and industrial projects, construction, civil engineering, design engineering, and construction materials industry right here in Oman. The event is organized under the auspices of His Excellency Dr. Khalfan Al-Shuaili, Minister of Housing and Urban Planning. Let's have a short look at the video. That's on the 2nd of November. And one thing that video taught me is I'm glad we're not wearing masks anymore. It's really good. So it's time to present OER's Business and HR Excellence Awards. And it is my honor to request our chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Ahmed bin Hassan Adhib, to please come on stage to award trophies to the winners. I would also request Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Saeed Al-Mashini, Deputy CEO of United Media Services, to join His Excellency on stage. And we can help them with a round of applause. Thank you very much, Your Excellency and gentlemen. Let's begin. The first award of the day goes to a company which is the leading accommodation services solution and an IFM company listed on the Muscat Stock Exchange. As of 2020, it has invested over $500 million in Oman, employing 2,350 Omani nationals, contributing to local growth, building potential and creating opportunities. It has built a strong local supply chain with over 60% of procurement within Oman. Moreover, it is at the forefront of evolving technology, leveraging digitalization and IT-enabled services to offer meaningful innovation for the businesses which it serves. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for Industry Leadership goes to Renaissance Services. Congratulations to Renaissance Services. Now, the next award goes to a leading investment and services company specializing in billing and collection for the last 4 decades. It constantly strives to become a one-stop shop where customers' needs are met on the same platform. It keenly studies the market's needs and stays up to date with the advancements in global technologies to maintain its position in the sector. The company complements its on-ground branch network through the many automatic payment machines distributed across Oman and its electronic platforms, such as the Khidma application and website. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for delivering superior customer service through state-of-the-art digital products goes to Oman Investment and Finance Company. you very much. Congratulations. The next award goes to a company which was founded in July 1987 as the first non-banking financial company in the Sultanate. Over the last 35 years, it has delivered decades of innovative financial services to thousands of small and medium businesses and individuals across the country. The company prides itself as being the pioneer of vehicle finance, leasing, and debt factoring in Oman. Today, it provides financial solutions to both individuals and business customers through an array of products, including car finance, consumer durables finance, working capital, debt factoring, and equipment leasing. It has served over 100,000 clients over the decades and has done funding of over 1.5 billion Omani Riyals. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for pioneering success over the last 35 years is Muscat Finance Company. Congratulations, Muscat Finance Company. The next award goes to a company which is strategically located in Salalah with a customer base spread across Oman, Yemen, Somalia, Mauritius, Qatar, Iraq, Tanzania, Sudan, and beyond. In addition, it has collaborated with many local and international partners to provide the expertise, focus, and resources required to efficiently deliver solutions to aid the growth of construction across the Middle East. The company has used a robust maritime fleet to expand its reach to boost the development of business and communities from southern Oman to Yemen, East Africa, and the Indian Ocean. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for promoting the Made in Oman brand and exports across developing markets is Raisut Cements Company. Congratulations, Raisut Cement Company. The next award goes to a company which has put Oman and Omanization at the top of its priorities, and this has led to tangible results. It introduced the concept of third-party outsourcing in Oman, thereby generating considerable employment opportunities for Omanis. Through extensive training and mentoring, the company has created a pool of talented and skilled resources that are later absorbed by the company itself or by other government and private organizations. Over the last 9 years, it has trained more than 1,800 nationals who have found gainful employment thereafter. A joint venture between Ingenuity Technologies, Oman Telecommunication Company, and Public Establishment of Industrial Estate. It caters to information technology and outsourcing needs of the companies across all verticals. The winner of OER's HR Excellence Award for exemplary contribution towards promoting national talent and Oman's Vision 2040 goes to Infoline LLC. Congratulations to Infoline. The next award goes to a financial institution which has been driven by a customer-centric approach and has constantly prioritized enhancing customer experience through digital and product innovation. It has created an innovation center that creates value through new ideas. It has launched a number of cutting-edge products in the market like the Thawani Mujab card, which was the first digital card right here in Oman. The organization is also collaborating with fintechs for entering and launching their solutions in CBO's fintech regulatory sandbox. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for Best Digital Transformation in the banking sector of Oman goes to Bank Dhafar. Congratulations, Bank Dhofar. The next award goes to a company which has been actively supporting the community over the last few years. It contributed towards the humanitarian efforts undertaken by authorities after Cyclone Shaheen. The company received claims in housing property damages, motor, commercial property damages, etc., and it committed financial as well as human resources to settle these claims as soon as possible to help the affected. Similarly, it provided relief to families affected by the heavy rains in Sur this year. Overall, the insurance major focuses on sustainable development through three principal aspects, namely healthcare, community-driven development, and education. So the winner of OER Business Excellence Award for contributing to community welfare during natural calamity goes to Dhofar Insurance. Congratulations, Dhofar Insurance. Now, the next award goes to a finance and leasing company which has been actively supporting the growth and stability of the SMEs in Oman. It understands that SMEs expect a quick turnaround time and seamless service and has been working on delivering on their needs. The company believes that SMEs who currently employ 40% of the workforce and contribute in excess of 15% of the GDP have the potential to actively contribute to the economic growth of Oman. The finance and leasing company is focusing on digital offerings to serve the needs of SMEs better. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for Best in Class SME Financing Products goes to Ta'jir Finance. Congratulations to Ta'jir Finance. The next award goes to a company which has created an environment that attracts, retains, and develops Omani talent. It offers national talent in an inclusive culture and an environment of growth and development. Its key values include a passion about digital transformation, commitment to excellence, and a willingness to go the extra mile. Its corporate governance norms includes looking after employees and partners and having a positive impact on the wider society in which it operates. With more than 30 years of experience, 7 offices, and over 1,500 employees across the region, the company is a leading end-to-end digital solutions provider. The winner of OER's HR Excellence Award for building national talents to fulfill the Sultanate's Vision 2040 goes to GBM Oman. Congratulations, GBM Oman. The next award goes to one of the leading investment holding companies in Oman. Its diversified portfolio includes investments in both listed and unlisted companies with substantial profits and growth prospects in the future. The company has an investment asset base of over $600 million and plays a vital role in the development of the economy. The company was established in 1987 as a public joint stock company with the objective of economic development of the country, along with generation of healthy returns for the shareholders, and it has delivered on that promise for over 3 decades. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for creating unmatched shareholder value over the last 3 decades goes to the Dhofar International Development and Investment Holding Company. In short, congratulations to Didik, which is brilliant. The next award goes to a company which has established itself as one of the leading takaful companies in Oman by maximizing value for all stakeholders under a Sharia-compliant framework. The company is promoting takaful awareness through innovative Sharia-compliant products and services that are tailored to the specific needs of customers. With an 80% plus Omanization ratio, the focus is on bringing in efficiencies within the staff by reskilling and upskilling. Moreover, the management is committed to attracting the best talent to its organization. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for delivering exceptional value through Sharia-compliant products and services goes to Takaful Oman Insurance Company. Congratulations to Takaful Oman Insurance. The next award goes to an ophthalmology center which has completed more than 80,000 successful surgeries since its inception in 2002 by its founder, Mr. Samir Al-Awam, an internationally known refractive surgeon and internationally known refractive surgeon, Dr. Maria Clara Arbeelias. Over the last decade, it has been at the forefront of ophthalmology, setting international standards and providing the people of Oman premium eye care they can trust. It is also the first clinic in the Gulf to receive international accreditation by the Australian Council on Healthcare Standards, where the center offers a rare combination of unrivaled expertise and superior technology, which together deliver outstanding results in the field of eye surgery. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for providing life-enhancing eye care delivered by world-class professionals goes to Muscat Eye Laser Center. The next award goes to a sports utility vehicle which blends stunning design with remarkable performance. The SUV's exterior is as stunning as it is protective, while the dynamic body exudes confidence. Its interior was designed with Omtinashi, or Japanese hospitality, in mind. It has been crafted with meticulous attention to the smallest details. Developed from rally racing, the 2022 edition offers a state-of-the-art super all-wheel control technology featuring direct coupling with quick torque response and is fully integrated with the 6 available drive modes. Boys, I'm sure you're interested. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Best Automotive Design of the Year goes to the all-new 2020 Mitsubishi Outlander. Congratulations, and if you guys have the time, please say hello to Mitsu right over here. The next award goes to Oman's first online insurance portal. It is licensed to operate by the Capital Market Authority and offers a full suite of insurance products. The company works with a number of large insurance companies as their partner and intends to strengthen the digital enablement of services in Oman. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for the fastest growing online insurance brand goes to Bima Online Insurance. Congratulations, you guys. Seriously. Well done. Congratulations to Bima. The next award goes to Oman's first ferrochrome smelter. Its production facility located at Sahar Free Zone is an export-orientated manufacturing unit ideally positioned to showcase the capability of Oman as a leading supplier of ferrochrome. Moreover, the ferrochrome facility substitutes 25% of its electrical energy requirement with solar power, helping in the reduction of greenhouse gases right here in Oman. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for establishing Oman as a destination of choice for ferrochrome export goes to Al-Taman Insil Ferrochrome. Congratulations. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to an industry leader who has set new benchmarks in the field of investment services in Oman and the regional markets. Having started his company with just 4 employees in 1994, offering local brokerage services, the company today offers a full spectrum of investment services in the local and regional markets. It employs in excess of 50 experienced and highly skilled professionals to carry out the company's mission, registering the largest human capital amongst investment companies right here in Oman. This industry captain has over 27 years of experience in finance-related activities, of which 9 years have been in government services in positions responsible for financial activities and 18 years in the Omani capital market. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Visionary and Path-Breaking Leadership in Investment and Finance. And this is awarded to Mr. Mustafa Ahmed Salman, Chairman of United Securities. Congratulations, sir. Well deserved. The next award goes to a corporate leader who is successfully positioning the company as one of the best in the GCC region with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. He has led the rebranding of the company and is expanding the product range. The company has expanded its business beyond Oman to the UAE, Yemen, Qatar, KSA, Bahrain, Iraq, and Hong Kong. His focus on quality has seen the company achieve the highest level of certifications for quality and food safety, including HACCP, ISO 22000, and FSSC 22000. The company's products are sold under the brand names Dhahabi and Atyab. The winner of OER Business Excellence Award for Exemplary Leadership goes to Mr. Ali Kashoub, the CEO of Atyab Food Industries. Well done, well deserved also to you, Mr. Kashoub. And thank you and congratulations to all the winners. I would request all the winners to please come on stage. This is your final moment for a picture with His Excellency. I would also request His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Mashini to please join us on stage for this memorable photograph. Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations to all the winners. Our heartfelt thanks goes to our chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Ahmed bin Hassan Al-Deeb, His Excellency Sheikh Salim Al-Mashini, Mr. Atulya Sharma, and Mr. Saeed Al-Mashini for doing the honors. Now, static slide. Climate change and sustainable development are some of the most critical challenges facing our world today. Oman's Vision 2040 aims to achieve a developed, diversified, and sustainable national economy. The Sultanate is a signatory to the UN Sustainability Development Goals and is positioning itself as a model for sustainable development. I have to read this. Given the importance of the issue, OER has launched a first-of-its-kind sustainability report, very important, under the auspices of the Oman Center for Governance and Sustainability. OER's sustainability report will offer organizations a chance to showcase their sustainability initiatives. We invite you to participate in the book and lend your support to Oman's larger goals. Today, post-lunch, we will have a special HR workshop on understanding learning experience platforms and how they can unleash a learning culture in an organization. We invite you also to join that workshop. Don't forget, while you're on your way out, ladies and gentlemen, finally, my stomach's about to get a cramp from talking too much. We will have a 20-minute coffee break now, and I'd request everyone to please assemble back quickly inside in 20 minutes because we'll be starting a new session for this summit. See you soon. We're about to start with our next presenter who's sitting excited to start, Mr. Venkatesh Palakkad. He's a principal consultant and business head of RAB HR. an HR consulting firm operating out of the Middle East. He is also a senior HR professional right here in Oman with 30 years of international experience, of which 20 years have been with senior positions with large groups right here in the Middle East. He currently consults with several clients in the Middle East on talent management and people development projects, and is considered a pioneer in bringing technology and digital solutions for human resources. Clap louder like you did this morning, because there's less of us, please. He deserves it. Let's welcome Mr. Venkatesh Palakkad.
Good afternoon, all of you. My session was supposed to be a good morning, but it's a good afternoon. Today, the speakers in the morning session spoke a lot, which probably gives the background of this topic, what we are going to talk today, which is basically working through the global skill shortage, a path through the wilderness. So we are all in a state of confusion with what has happened in the last couple of years, not really sure on how do we go, what do we do, what is right, what is the right path, and stuff like that. So Cornerstone on Demand, our principal, has been running this survey specifically on skills, which is the bedrock connect to performance and learning and stuff like that. For the last 2 years. They started during the pandemic. So this survey basically is a global survey with a lot of insights into regions, and they have a special cut of data for Middle East and Europe, which I will rely on when I speak today, a lot on this presentation. So basically the survey speaks about what's happening across the globe when it comes to skills, and what does the post-pandemic world look like when it comes to people, talent, skills, etc. So today, the takeaway, what you will have from today's session is this. I'm going to talk about two things. I'm going to talk about something called as insights into high-performing organizations. I'll define what is high-performing organizations. Today, Dr. Adam, His Highness Dr. Adam, mentioned about talent and how companies within Oman need to really leverage talent when it comes to performance. So we will take some insights into across the globe, what do high-performing organizations basically do when it comes to talent. So I'm going to use repeatedly two words. One is high-performing organizations, and the other one is skill confidence gap. Okay, so I will define that as we go ahead. The other thing is, as I said, the employer versus employee confidence gap when it comes to skill. The second important thing. The third one is the current state of skill development around the world, with particular reference to the Middle East. We will speak about it. And then practical tactics from leading companies in terms of becoming a high-performing organization. So we can always see, what the Fortune 500 companies are doing differently when it comes to managing talent, leveraging internal talent, etc., and then how do they use it for improving the performance. This is again an evidence-based research. Nothing is something which I'm saying out of my own volition. This is all come out of a global research which has been conducted. Yeah. All right. So what is a high-performing organization? Okay, let's define what's a high-performing organization. High-performing organizations are blazing a trail through unfamiliar and often uncharted territories that other organizations can follow and even improve upon. So they are basically pathbreakers. They are trendsetters. You can take any industry, okay? But they have kind of broken the barriers, they've broken the glass ceiling, got into things which other organizations have not been able to. So when you research these organizations, when it comes to real people practices, there are some very beautiful golden insights you get, and that's exactly what we're going to discuss today. Yeah, going to be very useful for everybody, especially HR professionals. All right, I just went a slide ahead. Okay, all right. Now, so when we say high-performing organizations, so a high-performing organization is basically typified by low turnover, high employee net promoter score. High-performing organizations also report a low employer-to-employee skill confidence. I will again explain what's the skill confidence, and also these are organizations who really reacted well when it came to the COVID-19 responses. They invest heavily in their skills and strategy to grow, and high-performing organizations have a shorter skill confidence gap. Yeah, and they have been able to deliver significantly higher results when it comes to when it comes to profitability, etc. And becoming a high-performance organization with demonstrated business results goes hand in hand with developing the skills of your workforce, and that is what got very evident in the survey. All right. Now, before I get into the survey, I also wanted to kind of share this information with the group that the World Economic Forum basically has instituted a committee which is working on future skills. And they have been doing extensive work in the last 2 or 3 years on how does this post-pandemic world look, what are the new skills which is required, and what they have basically done is they have got 150 companies across the globe in 7 sectors, and these companies have been working on 5 or 6 different areas, which is basically transforming organization and work design, aligning new technology and skills, cultivate health and well-being, build human-centric leadership, and protect the workforce ecosystem, right? So this information, whatever the World Economic Forum does, is available in the World Wide Web. Again, especially if you are involved in competencies, we are involved in skill building, please refer to this work done by the World Economic Forum. And there are specific verticals, especially banking, logistics, in which a lot of work has been done in terms of future skills which is required by organizations, and you could anchor on that and then look at working on your talent development plans and stuff like that. So basically connecting to this, Cornerstone in their survey came up with something called as, instead of calling it as reskilling, upskilling, they came up with this term called as new skilling. Okay, new skilling represents all types of continuous learning to build high-demand skills, whether an individual is trying to upskill current capabilities or they need complete reskilling to build new capabilities. Okay, so what today's new normal basically requires is new skilling, right? And that is what also comes out from the World Economic Forum's report, right? So, let's look at a little bit of what happened in the report. So this is the number of people who responded region-wise. You see that Middle East is fairly well represented with 275 organizations, and we also had about 500 people across Middle East who represented this survey and contributed data to the survey. So what I'm going to tell you is fairly representative of the geography in terms of what we are kind of looking at. Okay, so a couple of major insights came out of this. Speed of digital transformation and skills shortage are highly rated in EMEA as most concerning, both employers and employees. Speed of digital transformation and skills shortage, okay? Again, pandemic has pushed in a lot of people deciding to move out. We have seen the Great Resignation happen. There's a Deloitte survey which says that 45% of the workforce which participated in the survey are thinking of either deciding to kind of move away or do something different or look for a different flexible work method and stuff like that, which is fairly large, which is again representative of the mindset which people have. 56% of overall employees signaled that prioritization of skill development was definitely to occur in the organization in the next 1 or 2 years. And 30% of EMEA employees had already begun prioritizing skill developments when compared to 23-24%. So there's a lot of focus on skill development in the region, which is coming out, okay? And again, what we have seen is high-performing organizations have 3 times more weightage when it comes to skill development when you come to laggard organizations, okay? Now, this slide is a very interesting slide. So, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, right? When this question was asked on, these 2 questions were asked. I have personally felt supported by my company and its policies as we respond to the pandemic. That's the first question. And our organization was effective in responding to the pandemic, right? So 2020, everybody felt that, yes, this is something which is just something which we'll be able to tide over. And the confidence level in terms of tiding over the challenges was pretty high, both from an employer side and also from an employee side. But then as time progressed, right, 21 came, 22 came, we realized that the challenges are not very easy to kind of tide over. And added to it, we had the recession, we had the war, and so many other geopolitical features came into play. So if you see, the confidence level in terms of managing the pandemic to the best of its abilities has come down in terms of employers and employees. And I think that's also a reflection of how we feel we are at the moment. We are kind of slightly feeling helpless. Because we really don't know what to kind of expect and stuff like that. And that's exactly what the world is feeling, right? So if you see, there's a marked reduction in terms of confidence level of handling the challenges of pandemic across the globe, and more so in the Middle East, right? Okay, what is the employer-employee confidence gap? The confidence gap, as per the survey, is basically the confidence which employers have in terms of building skills for their employees, and the confidence which the employees have on the employers in terms of the employer's ability to support them with skills, skill building which is necessary for running the organization. So if you see the confidence gap in what employers think that they will be able to build skills and what employees think the employers will be able to do is about 30% worldwide. Which is quite huge. So while the employers are very confident that I will be able to handhold my employees in terms of whatever is required for the organizations, the employees don't think so. And they feel that they need to kind of work on it. And a marked difference between a high-performing organization and a not-so-high-performing organization is this confidence gap. So what was very evidently seen in high-performing organization is there's a lot of alignment between the thinking of employers and employees when it comes to skill building. Okay? The employees think the employees have all the capabilities, have all the intentions of giving them the required skills to tide over the challenges, and the employees also think likewise. Okay? So one indication which we have taken out of the report is the confidence which employers and employees have in terms of tiding over the pandemic. Yeah. Let's look at some of the results. So when we looked at what are the areas in which high-performing organizations are looking for training or looking for development, and they feel more development is required. If you see here, the highest area in which employees feel that they need development is in terms of employee satisfaction and training. So these are 2 areas where high-performing organizations really felt that they need additional training. And this is what came out of the report. Again, let me go back to the slide. I also wanted to say that if you look at high-performing organizations, their reliance on training and development for increase of revenue is not very high, okay? I think that comes automatically. Their reliance on training, on customer service, on employee satisfaction is where the emphasis is. And the other ones are automatic offshoots of whatever happens, yeah? So this is one takeaway. We will talk about it there, in the subsequent slides. The other interesting insight is, where do employees get training? Again, how does it differ from region to region? So if you look at Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and if you look at globally, you would see that one marked hallmark of the Middle East market is that compared to all the other markets, employees rely on their own managers to give them training. Yeah, 38%, highest, in terms of where are they expecting training to come from. Now, this is where I see a major challenge. How willing are line managers to train and upskill their own people? Yeah. Again, challenges of what would happen to my job if somebody gets trained? Why should I train? It's somebody else's responsibility. So are we really preparing managers and line managers good enough to share knowledge and improve their own employees? Are we ensuring that this particular aspect is put in their KPIs? Are we motivating and incentivizing managers to train people? This is a food for thought for all of us, because again, a lot of reliance is on managers. And if you see across the globe, you would also see that self-learning. That's my own interest. I'm learning. I'm going. I know I need to improve my skills. So I go to the web. I join for courses, which is very high in other parts of the world. But in the Middle East, employees still feel the employer should handhold them and take them forward when it comes to learning. Again, the responsibility lies on L&D departments and HR to do it. This may shift, but then it's more of push learning as we go forward, right? So another very good question was asked on, what do you think is development? So from an employee perspective, what do you think development means, right? So if you see, 97% of high-performance organization felt improving employee growth is considered as development. And you'd see help meet business goals is development. Provide employees with a guided personal career trajectory. Again, coming back to skills and where you want your employees to go is a 95% confirmed area. And giving employees the ability to acquire skills that interest them. Again, we come back to the responsibility of employers in ensuring that you skill your employees in terms of where do you want to take them and where do you want to take the organization to take them, okay? Now, very quickly, based on this study, there are 6 or 7 key takeaways which we as organizations should focus, yeah? Number 1 is focus on the future. Where are we going? What are we doing? I said, look at already done work like what the World Economic Forum has done. Anchor a lot of work which you're planning to do on researched, well-managed or well-informed technologies. Number 2 is integrate it with your other career development tools. If you have your skills completely lying separate, not connected to your performance, not connected to your learning, not connected to your compensation, it's of no use. So the skill or the differentiating factor is how well are you integrating it with your other career development tools. Very, very important. And the third one is create a culture of skill building and growth. Learning culture, skill building culture should just come in right from the CEO. Everybody should learn and all forms of learning, formal learning, informal learning, continuous learning. academic learning, all should be encouraged. And this would be your backbone when it comes to differentiating you with other employees. When we do research of high-performing employees, look at Fortune 500 employees, okay? Their reliance on training, reliance on development, reliance on skill building is very high. You take any Fortune 500. Their HR departments and the learning departments are the strongest. So that becomes one of the main factor which contributes towards that. This was completely echoed by all the speakers who spoke in the morning. Talent is one key pivot which makes the difference. Yeah? And when you say talent, within talent, skill becomes an extremely finer element which differentiates you from the better to the best. Yeah? And the fourth point is provide more relevant, modern, and personalized content. This is where technology plays a role. We have wonderful, not very expensive technologies nowadays, which brings you training. Today's afternoon session is going to focus on experience platforms, learning experience platform, new technology, right? How there is so much of knowledge available in the world, but we are not taking it, right? And we don't curate it. Knowledge is available, but I don't know what to take for what, and in a cogent way. So experience platform does this, right? It does this using AI. And again, it's not cost prohibitive. So look at technology to ensure that you give right skills. Sometimes it becomes humanly impossible to connect so many data points, then come to what should I do? Okay, use technology, use available information, leverage on that, and take things forward. Right? Again, this is very, very important. And sometimes I see organizations invest a lot of money in talent building, but when it comes to internal hiring, it's possibly non-existence, or it's just a tick-of-the-box exercise which happens. Again, you're defeating your own purpose of building talent, right? If you do not have an internal first hiring policy, okay, what's the purpose of building talent? Yeah, you're going to build talent so that they go and work for somebody else. Somebody mentioned it, yeah, in the morning session, right? So if you do not have a robust, committed, sincere internal hiring policy, right? And companies like Procter & Gamble do 80% of their senior level positions fulfilled from within. Again, it's a double-edged sword. You would say that I don't have talent within, so how do I recruit? Okay, then you should ask your question: what have you done to build that talent so that you don't go running outside? And today, there's also a challenge going outside. People are not willing to come. And the right kind of people whom you want to hire are not available, or they're cost prohibitive. So again, we would be discussing that more in the panel on the importance of developing internal talent and grooming your own people in terms of taking high responsibility. Yeah, becomes very important, and that is also something we have evidently seen that high-performing organizations do it very well. Yeah. So very quickly, these are some snippets on what do you see as differentiating factors with high-performing organizations. One is, as I said, the skill confidence gap is very less. It's just 9% or 9.5%. Again, they have understood and they mastered the art of aligning employee expectations and deliver skills to their employees in a meaningful way. There is a culture building. There is a culture of skill, building skills and growth within the organization, and they are willing to invest money across a wide variety of skill development. They don't stinge when it comes to skill development and investing in technology, investing in skill building initiatives, investing in formal education is also a hallmark of high-performing organizations. And they also see the value which skill building and talent initiatives finally results in the overall business. As I said, they don't train people to do profits. They don't train people to increase revenue. That's an offshoot that automatically happens. They build on skills required for several other things. Yeah. So that's again a hallmark which we see in high-performing organizations. So to conclude, there are 4 points which you just need to take a snippet when you go away from today. Number 1 is alignment of skills to positions and roles. If you're not really sure what position and what role needs what skills, if you as an organization are not very clear, then it's very difficult to develop, right? So you need to have very clear direction and clear thing on what is your alignment of skills versus roles. That's number one, which means that you need to put a little more efforts on doing your JDs properly, mapping it to skills, mapping it to competencies, a little bit of basic work, but it's required to be done. Number two is a structured skill building resource. You need a skill building resource. You can't just say that it should happen, okay? What have you done? Do you have a system? Do you have people who can help in the skill building exercise? Are you anchoring your systems with world-class systems like the World Economic Forum, NASSCOM? There are so many different skill taxonomies which are available today. So are you looking at them? Are you aligning them? There are industry-specific skill taxonomies available, okay? Are you looking at them, etc.? Third one is do regular skill assessments and mapping. Unless and until you know what skills your employees have and map them, it's very difficult to say that somebody is ready, not ready, and stuff like that. So regular skill assessments, again, technology would play a very important role in how do you do it, especially for larger organizations. And lastly, maintain and develop an internal talent pool for senior roles and do it with wholeheartedly, okay? Just don't do a tick-of-the-box exercise when it comes to filling roles from within, okay? And again, out of research, we have seen that this is what would differentiate you from an organization to an high-performing organization, yeah? Thank you very much. This is my LinkedIn Connect. Would be happy to stay connected with you and happy to have discussions and happy to kind of help you in terms of skill building, talent building, etc. The panel discussion today is going to go into details of what are we doing from a practitioner's point of view, where we are talking about internal talent and what are we doing as organizations to develop internal talents and the challenges. Yeah, thank you very much, and so happy to present this to you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. Early on in the day, they were talking about talent retention and corporates holding the people. I urge you guys right now to actually focus on high talent density. That is increasing the talents that you have within, that you can do multiple skills all at the same time. That makes you special. If you can think about that, good on you and all the best for the future, and companies are going to come and find you. Good. Now, we had a great insightful presentation from Mr. Venkatesh. Our next presenter is Ms. Dalal Maghribi. She's a Digital Business Solutions Manager at GBM Oman. She works closely with corporates and organizations across the country to accelerate their digital transformation journey. She leads a team of business consultants, solution architects, and delivery experts to design and implement comprehensive solutions to help clients overcome challenges and achieve newer levels of business performance. Prior to her current role, Dalal was the Senior Sales Account Manager for Banking in GBM Oman. She has driven a remarkable growth introducing the most innovative technologies such as open banking, cloud, analytics and AI, business and automation. Now, today was very male-dominated, so it's fantastic to actually have a female on board here on stage. Please welcome Ms. Maghribi.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So I'm not Omani. I think it's easy to guess. But I'm so proud today to be in this Omani abaya by an Omani designer. And this is my way to celebrate with all ladies here. Happy Omani Women's Day. أدامكن الله إن شاء الله فخرا وعزة لعمان. So today, I think everyone talked about digitalization today, digital transformation, and everyone has been talking about it for the last years. To be accurate, for more than 30 years, because this concept has been founded in early 90s. Today, I will continue talking about digital transformation, but I will not bring new and great things about this transformation. I will take you to another side of it. And let's together answer the question. Digital transformation, is it a real opportunity for organizations or it is a threat? So I'm not here to answer these questions, but Probably I don't have the right answer for it immediately, but I'm sure that after the session of today, together we'll start probably thinking differently. Sorry, I just take that. For the sake of simplicity, we all use, the three words digitization, digitalization, digital transformation, referring to the same thing. But technically, there are three different concepts, and they are the three phases of any organizational digital journey. And again, I will give you another question. What would be the fourth phase in this journey? The digitization is the creation of digital representation to any physical object or attribute. Digitalization is creation of improving a process to utilize that digitized data using digital tools. Digital transformation is completely different. It's the real business transformation. And it's about people, about skills. And I think we all reach the same conclusion at the end. So again, I apologize. I will use them interchangeably just to make my presentation easier. As I said, so we've been talking about digital transformation for more than 30 years now. And it's very easy to assume that all organizations, they are very well advanced in their digitization journey. Is it the case? What do you think? So surprisingly, it's not. Today, the average of digitization in organization is less than 40%. And the industries who are improving these rates are mainly the multimedia, number 10, retail, and high tech. And if we look at the services that we consume the most, the telcos, the finance, they are still behind. They are number 3 and number 5 in my chart, and they are only with 39% and 44%. So we are far from being digitized. One more important remark here is that few organizations today, they are utilizing digital as their mainstream. So yes, some organizations, they're trying to transform their core businesses using digital tools, but it's not still a mainstream for these organizations. Be ready, but don't be scared. There is an ugly truth about digital transformation. Most of the digital transformation initiatives failed. I put 70% to be positive. This is the lowest rate I found across all reports. And it's by Global Digital Assurance, April 2022. Forbes, they issued a report saying that up to 84% of digital transformations failed. Others like McKinsey, KPMG, all of them, they can even reach 95%. What you see around the 70%, they are the reasons that Forbes presented as the reason for digital transformations to fail. I will not go through them one by one, but if you can see, like, lack of alignment to business outcome, lack of control over external vendors, lack of awareness, lack of training for internal users, there is one common, across these reasons. Nothing related to technology. If digital transformation fail, it's not because there is an issue with the technology itself. It's more about soft skills. It's more about people. Okay. There is a research done by McKinsey showing that the more we're digitized, the more pressure we're having on our revenue and the profit. If you remember, I said that industries, they are up to 37% of digitization. For this 37%, we already lost 6 points for our revenue and 4.5% for the EBIT. If we will reach the full digitization, we may lose 12% for revenues and 10.2%, 10.2 points for the EBIT, which is the earning before interest and taxes. The good story about this is we're talking about averages. So it's not reflecting the performances of each industry, and it's not talking about the performances of each organization within the same industry. So we still have some good performers, and we will see them. Not all of digital initiatives, they are successful. And we have two kind of initiatives. Some of the enterprises, they really won the game. They're able to launch initiatives, and they're really able to have a high ROI. Others, they're spending a lot, but they're not having enough. Like the return is much less than the CapEx itself. Here it will show the distribution of the folks from organization on the different dimensions of digital transformation. So 49% of organization, they put a lot of effort, they invest a lot on marketing and distribution, which is amazing. This is the company's windows, and this is the way to interact with the clients, to identify marketing investors. But the gap between marketing and distribution and then ecosystem and supply chain, it's a huge. So companies, they're digitizing, they're improving only portals, only websites, but it's not enough. When we come, for example, to the supply chain, we have two players very known on the market, and we have Uber and Airbnb. And these two, they have identified two valuable assets that no one is utilizing this. So, and this kind of lack of balance is also one of the reasons for which it's not really, digital transformation is facing a lot of challenges. As I said, so I don't want to paint a very black picture about the digital transformation. Some organizations, they're doing really great. And we identified two kinds of organizations that overcome that, and they transform that into strength. So we said that if we will be fully digitized, we're losing the 12 points. For companies who will be investing or who will be putting in place an innovative and disruptive strategy, they will be able to recompensate the loss, plus with an average execution that will give them 4 points, so they will be achieving a net profit, and they will have a positive balance. This is the main companies, and we will see, what these companies did particularly or specific, different than others. The second kind of companies, we call them the fast following. They're not really good in building these disruptive strategies. However, they have a very agile organization setup that will give them the ability to quickly follow, and they will remain positive, but not as good as the first one. For these two kinds of organization, I said that I will try to explain what they did differently. First of all, they keep all the time their strategy the corporate strategy aligned together with the digital strategy. It's not like I'm building a strategy, then I will go to look for tools for it. It's like they go hand in hand. And quickly, wherever there is a disruption on the market, in a very dynamic way, active way, they will update their strategy. The other thing, we saw the different dimensions of the digital transformation. They invest on every and each of them, not only on marketing, but also on their core businesses and in the back office, the supply chain, the processes, people, and so on. And the other thing, again, I think this is a very common point, across all the presentations today and the different discussions. The non-technical aspect of that. These organizations, they build a culture across all business units. I discussed with Hanan. So Hanan's from HR. I asked her about someone I know from the technical. She said, so he's in another department. So I think one of the things that organizations they have to do, they have to remove boundaries between business units. They have to bring them all together. HR work together hand in hand with marketing, with technical people, and so on. Customer experience is not only with marketing and communication, and it's not only with the technical people. It's a culture. And all the organization has to be aligned towards that. Okay. So again, it's not dark, but it's not as the way everyone is talking about this transformation. It's really different. And I feel that it has been utilized in the wrong way for years. Everyone is trying to use it as an indicator to show how his organization is strong, is able to be trendy, but we have to be aware that there are a lot of risks behind. The way forward. So my apologies for our esteemed guest and winner, but today I'm going to talk about Ford. So we all know Ford, but Ford has developed new capabilities around big data, mobility, autonomous vehicles, artificial intelligence, to build an ecosystem and to build the new products for their clients. It's not anymore about cars. It's about experience. One of the products of Ford Pass, it's an application-based platform that helps users to pay parking, to share vehicles, to get digital assistance, for trips and so on. So I will invite you to start thinking what Ford did. Is this digital transformation? We move ahead. Japan Post. So in addition to the financial and postal services that Japan Post is offering, so Japan Post, I said in addition to the financial and postal services, they're targeting up to 40 million senior citizens with the new products. They partnered with digital players on the market, with their network, their brand, and they built a new solutions based on mobility analytics to support senior people. So it's doing something different. The third use case I'm using is Under Armour. So again, in addition to the classic, fitness products they are selling, they created a digitally enabled fitness products. And they created a community of users where the users, they will enjoy a different, unique and different experience. They will have access to advice, to coaching, and it's all about their lifestyle. It's not only about one product. So these companies, definitely they are not doing the traditional way of transform digitally their business. I'll give you two, I will make things very simple. Digital transformation is about taking your existing products and services and doing them differently. These organizations, they are doing different things. And why this? Technology, it's empowering us. This technology, it's empowering our enemies. And it's lowering the barrier to entry. So if we will not do different things, we will lose our position on the market. So now it's time for the fourth phase, digital reinvention. So what's digital reinvention? It's not a new concept. IBM has introduced this in 2019. And after that, they continued doing a lot of research, trying to see the response of CEOs. And I'm telling you, today, all vendors, they're talking about the same thing, the digital reinvention. The good thing and the positive feedback that this is based on an IBM study, it's a global C-suite study, it's showing that CEOs, because they see the risk, they don't care anymore about the cost cutting as before. They're looking to reinvent customer experience. They're looking to change the business model. And technology will come to the end. It's not their objective. The objective is to create that new experience and new model. 55% of the CEOs that have been interviewed by IBM, almost 1,100 CEOs from both government and private sector, they're saying that the traditional value chain will be replaced soon. 53%, they think that the boundaries between industries will be removed soon. 69% will say that we will all talk very soon about ecosystems as a new approach of doing business. What does this mean? I will take you through them one by one. So this is an indicative way to present a value chain. Even before that, value chain used to be one block, controlled by one organization. It's very difficult to see the difference between the different components, and it's very difficult to replace them. Then, this value chain has been fragmented. So it's very easy to see, for example, we have the inbound logistics, the design and operation, the outbound logistics, marketing, and so on. And at the end, we will add the margins. What happens now that within the same industry, some companies, they will be very specialized. And soon they will start looking for opportunities in other industries. Like, for example, the operational specialist in insurance, they will be very specialized. They will expand their capabilities. And instead of staying within the insurance as industry, they will start looking for other opportunities across all industries. And it's applicable for all other functions. So customer experience, marketing, everything. This is the third evolution of the value chain. So we used to have this, the value chain very streamlined, very structured, and then we will start having different players from different industries coming together, building a kind of net of value. And we call it really the value net. This is a value net, and this is what we call an ecosystem. Before, users, they pay for the products they're getting. I'm buying a car, I'm paying 100 Omani Riyal for it. Tomorrow, when we'll create these ecosystems, people, they will be paying for the willingness to belong to that ecosystem and to get a value from that. So this is kind of summary of this, story of value chains and ecosystems. So going from the traditional one to this ecosystem, the value, even the definition of the value will change. If we see it from another side, which is the relationship between the customer or the employee or the citizen and the organization, it also changed. For centuries, the economy was based on what you call organization-centered economy. It's one organization, they control their products, they control the experience, the price, the business model, everything. When we started talking about this transformation, we introduced the individual-centered economy. Because this transformation gave us the possibility to understand our customers' behavior and to be able to customize the experience for them. Now it's more about this ecosystem, where everyone is selling to everyone. And we call it the E2E economy, or everyone to everyone economy. And it's not anymore about me selling, you buying. It's about we collaborate together to create value. And I'm telling you, many times when I'm visiting my clients, at the end, we don't know who's the client. Like we saw the discussion, and suddenly I'm his client. And this is exactly the way the whole economy will change. It's more how to create ecosystems, how to collaborate together, to create the best value for everyone. So end-to-end economy, or this ecosystem, it's about new experiences. All players, they are well connected. They work together, but the more important is that they will work on new ways to do work, new focuses, new ideas. I just added, at the end, the different products that we are usually talking about: blockchain, Internet of Things, security, social, mobile, whatever. These are not digital transformation, these are tools. And digital reinvention is about assuming that technically you will be able to do anything, just focus on the value. So, and today vendors, new vendors, I will say, I will not name some of them, they don't come anymore about this: I have the best solution for customer experience, or I have the best solution to transform your processes. They come with tools, and they come to help. They come with tools, and they come with platforms to help you how to design, build things together. But the requirement itself, it has to come from you. So tools are there, the recipe is yours. So I'm done, with this. I try to make it, very quick and high level. But just probably the takeaway from this, enough of this transformation. Probably it's not anymore the proper approach for the next challenge that we'll be facing. It's time to play as a business platform, as a service, how your organization will be positioning in the market, what ecosystem that you will be able to create around you, and what value you will be able to create. So that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Dalal Maghribi. So what I learned over there is transformation is caused by a different way of thinking, change causes a different way of working, and now with reinvention, it's down to what value proposition you're giving your audience to reinvent that way. So thank you very much, Ms. Dalal. Appreciate it. Now we're moving on to the second panel discussion, and it's called Growing and Developing Talent Within Lifeline of Organizations. I would like to invite back on stage Mr. Venkatesh Palakad, the moderator of the session, to take forward the proceedings. He will have on stage the panelists, Mr. Muthir Al-Kalbani, Mr. Mayank Pandey, Mr. Dr. Khalid Salim Ali Al-Hamadani, Mr. Abdullah Muhammad Al-Rashdi, Mr. Zuhair Ahmed Al-Zajali, and Mr. Majid Al-Jabri. So I'd like to call Mr. Venkatesh. He's running definitely the proceedings. He'll be calling everybody. I am just mentioning the names. Just you prepare yourselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. We will be very quick, agile, and fast. As I mentioned in my earlier speech, we are going to have some practitioners' insight into challenges we have been having in terms of talent development. You know, I spoke on what do high-performance organizations do, and everything came to skill, talent development, etc. All that is fine. Yeah, but then what are inherent challenges? You know, Oman being Oman, you know, having geographical issues, laws, rules, regulations, related issues, etc. So we have some fantastic practical insights which you're going to have today. We have a fantastic panel of people, varied backgrounds, varied experiences, who are going to come today and share their thoughts on developing talent within the challenges. We all know that's our lifeline, but then is it easy? We'll see what comes out of the panel discussion. I'm going to make this discussion very interactive. As I'm going to call the panelists, I have you all to do some work. I'm going to put a question on the screen, and we are going to use digital methods to interact, and I would like you to kind of answer that. So while I'm introducing the panel, I have a question for all the audience, and you can use, can I have the Slido? So you would get a QR code, you can scan it and answer it. Could you, in one single word, say one key challenge in front of you with regard to internal talent development? Okay? Just one single word. Yeah? Just what is the key challenge in terms of internal talent development? Let's see what the audience say while I introduce the panelist. The first panelist, an HR leader, strong record of accomplishment in organization development and organization learning aspects. He's an expert in integrated talent management and digital learning interventions, qualifications from Harvard Business, Center for Creative Leadership, CIPD. He's also an active member of CIPD, EFPA, which is the Federation of Psychologists Associations, and also holds additional certifications in instructional design and cultural assessment. So pleased to welcome my friend Muthir Al-Kalbani, Senior Vice President and Head SI Academy, SOAR International. Please welcome Muthir. The next participant on the next panel member is somebody with 25 years of rich experience in management consulting with Aon Hewitt, Hay Group, Mercer, Grant Thornton, and has provided support across leadership, organizational capability, change management, learning technology. He joined Cornerstone. He represents Cornerstone from EdCast, a world-renowned LXP platform. He's also going to run the workshop today evening. Please welcome Mayank Pandey, market leader at Cornerstone on Demand for Middle East and Africa. Mayank, thank you for coming, Mayank. The third panelist, I hope you're all doing your homework while I'm introducing the panel members. The third panel member is an experienced HR professional with more than 25 years of experience in both public and private sectors. He holds a PhD in Human Resource Management from Northampton Business School and a master's degree in HR from Sheffield Business School. He has successfully led the revamp of HR practices across all organization levels and has played a crucial role in developing the organization culture and employee competencies. So pleased to welcome a very dear colleague, Dr. Khalid Al-Hamadani, Chief HR Officer, Bank Dhofar. The fourth, unfortunately, Abdullah Rashdi fell sick, and we have an equally competent learning professional who's here today, John Murphy. So he has been in the educational and training for over 20 years in leadership roles and has been a key contributor for British Council, Caledonian College, RGO. He holds a master's degree in educational leadership from UK and is a certified competency assessor. In his current role, he oversees learning programs, talent initiatives, including competency assessments, succession, supervisory, and leadership development, etc. Absolutely pleased to welcome John Murphy, Head of Learning and Development, Renaissance. John? Yeah, okay. Yeah. The next panel participant comes from a very different industry or a different industrial background. He comes from a semi-government organization, which really is a key part in Oman's development. With 15 years of experience in public establishment of industrial estates, Madain, as in admin and HR, he has participated in several committees in Madain, and he's also a member of the steering committee of the e-Madain, spearheading the learning digitization processes and implementation of e-learning processes. Under his leadership, Madain will be one of the first few semi-government entities to digitize learning. So very pleased to welcome Zuhair Al-Jajjali, Director General of Administration and HR, Madain. Welcome. Last but not the least, we have an HR leader for more than a decade. He's focused on driving business results through unique intersection of strategy, talent, and culture. We heard his colleague speak about digital transformation, so we know what the organization basically stands for. He holds a business administration degree from University of Bedfordshire. He drives the organization, and he really believes that our organization should become a great place to work. So happy to welcome Majid Al-Jabri, HR Manager at GBM Oman. Okay? So while I go and start the panel discussion, can I see the result of what everybody has basically said on what mindset? Yeah, that's what majority of the people have basically said is one major challenge to internal talent development. Panelists, please see what the audience feel. You could take cues from that as we kind of speak and take things forward. So mindset, leadership, budget. When it comes to internal talent development, always budget becomes an issue, right? Yeah. So we will discuss more in the All right. So this sets the scene. While we all speak about internal talent development and stuff like that, there are always challenges. And three major challenges which people, audience have said: leadership, mindset, budget. I think this just summarizes a lot of thoughts which we all probably would have in mind. So your own quick views, we would start with Zuhair. In your opinion, what of these are the most important, or do you have anything else which comes as a key challenge in front of you when it comes to internal talent development?
From these three keys definitions we got from the audience, I think the mindsets maybe will be will take a large portion to be changed in organizations management in order to make their employees be more skillful and gain more experience. From this words. But on the other side, if you see to that organization strategy, are we as organization doing any HR strategies? Are we doing any workforce planning strategies or studies? Because these studies will show us the capabilities of our current employees and where we would like to go in the future. And also we have to focus on internal employees to move them up, to promote them, also to some succession planning for them in order to gain the best or optimal advantages or results from them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. John, your views?
Yeah, thank you. Building on some of those from my colleague here, I think I'll take mindset, and then sort of break that down from our sort of context. The balance for us is to try and, are we giving the training that we have to give in terms of compliance-based? Are we meeting the aspirations of the employee? And are we linking that to what we're trying to talk about today with future readiness and the skills that the future's telling us we need now? And as you, I think, touched upon it before, are we mapping what those skills are? Are we doing enough of those assessments? So the mindset is probably all of us. You know, I think that's probably the takeaway I'll take from that. So, yeah,
great,
thank you.
great thoughts. Doctor?
I think I find 4 of them are very important. However, when we talk about the talent development, I think most of the people who have been attending all those HR functions, seminars, events, they have felt fed up from the jargons. And definitely sometimes as HR practitioners, HR specialists, we like to make it difficult on ourselves. When we talk about succession planning, what does it mean in reality? When we talk about leadership development, what does it mean in reality? When we talk about budget, yeah, all of you knows budget. It's money at the end of the day. However, I will not touch upon it. I'm not concerned about budget. I will agree with the previous 2 colleagues when they are talking about mindset. But for me, mindset is not about the talent. Mindset is the organization mindset. It's the board mindset. It's the staff mindset. And it's those people, the lucky one, the talented staff, that we like to label mindset. Do they have a growth mindset? Or do they have fixated mindset? Do they know what they want? Or they just leaving it to HR to manage their destiny? I keep telling my kids, my lads in the organization, when you talk about talent development, and it happens that you have been part of that talent pool, you need to understand one thing. The development journey should be owned by you. So you should have that mindset to own, drive, and lead your development and growth within the organization.
Oh, great. So you own your development. That's a very key point which Dr. Khalid mentioned. Mayank, your view on one key challenge when it comes to internal talent. You've seen global organization. You can speak from your perspective.
I think I'd like to combine the perspective that was just shared before me. If talent is a strategic priority and a strategic agenda driver at the board level, and is therefore a part of the agenda that the board discusses, focuses on as a critical driver of growth, then talent development then needs to reflect through every policy, action, program, and priority that is reflected. In that prioritization, a combination of leadership and mindset alongside the orientation of the employee to be able to drive his own contributions in order to make a collective success happen is what delivers to the organizational agenda.
Oh, great insight. Mutir.
So, Venkatesh, I would go with the mindset.
I thought you'll say budget.
Budget is something which is, of course, see, looking at the context, 21st century brings a unique set of challenges and opportunities, like the pace of change, speed of innovation, the changing demographics, and the global dynamics, all bring unique set of challenges and opportunities. But usually allocating such opportunities and acting upon them is something which is difficult. And how do organizations usually allocate such opportunities is basically by having the right human capital in place, which means the right people at the right time with the right skills. So lifelong learning is something which is a big challenge in terms of talent development. And I think the new set of skills like learning, unlearning, learning or relearning is something which is really important to really succeed in such a changing world. Now the world is changing, how you cannot change. So you will have to act, you will have to have these mental skills in order to succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Learning, relearning, and unlearning, 3 key elements. Majid, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think I'll go a little bit out of
these factors or challenges. I agree 100% with these, but I'll go for something, from my point of view, I see it as a mother for all challenges. I would say the misalignment between the talent development strategy and business strategy. I think all of us understand that the talent development strategy is driven by the business strategy. The business strategy is driven by the business needs, which is driven by the economy and the market we have in the country. So if we don't have the talent development strategy that can cope with the changes that are happening around us, we will fail. If you go and ask someone, what's the business strategy of your company, if he cannot answer that question, he will never understand why do we have the business or talent development strategy. I think, this misalignment will result in, we will have side standards. People will ask different questions. What's it for me? Organization will ask questions for me as well. So if we have this alignment between both strategy, we will be able to avoid the majority of these challenges. This is my view on this.
Great. Yeah, there should be a clear alignment between business and talent strategy. If that's not there, it's not going to work. Great answers. This can go. I think we'll move to the next question. Amia, you can take this on. So the next question is for Mayank. What is the overall scene of talent across the globe? You have been working across regions, across geographies. And what are organizations doing to cope up with this great resignation phenomena which has engulfed? And the survey said 45% of the current workforce is looking at doing something different, which is quite high. So what do you see organizations doing in terms of this challenge in front of them?
So Venkat, the ways that the Great Resignation applies in the Western world is very different from its application in Asia Pacific or the MENA region. COVID brought about a scenario where individuals, especially who are mid-career in their journeys, started to re-evaluate their own individual purpose, their relationship with an employer, and then tried to find answers around work-life, empowerment, empathy, social and corporate responsibility, which is what contributed to the Great Resignation and the 40% numbers, which will, by the way, continue in the mid-30s as the world moves into 2023. In this part of the world, and also across the Asia-Pacific, the reasons for attrition are very different. While the foundations for individuals to re-evaluate, recalibrate remain the same, I think the added pressures were to do with what is my contribution to the organization, how am I empowered, what is my work-life balance, how much is the contribution being made to my skills and capabilities in a ways that I can contribute. And if I'm not able to provide those opportunities to me as an employee, then I will go out and find another organization that can, or change my work model. And therefore, if you look at this region, the attritions is how it has represented itself. And attrition will continue to run in the 25 to 30% across the MENA region. That therefore brings about the responsibility to the organization and to the employer to be able to redefine what and how you engage and you build a relationship with the employee. And that is to do with empowerment and succession and new capabilities and new opportunities, as well as contributing to the larger purpose with which you exist in a community or an ecosystem.
Yeah, great. Very, very good food for thought for all of us. I have my next question to Muthir. In your view, how has the post-pandemic workplace shaped up with regard to talent development? Is there anything new happening? Are you doing anything very different to what you did 2 years ago or 3 years ago when it comes to talent development?
Yeah, I think, Venkatesh, that's a very good question. And indeed, now the interventions of learning that were happening before the pandemic were totally different than what's happening now. For example, in Suhar International, we believe in participant-centered learning. The experience itself, the joyful experience, the animations, the gamifications, the digitalization, all of that came like a sudden force that learners were looking for. We believe that learners should be at the center of the learning. They should be having an experience where they can, learning should be available for them anywhere, any place, any device. So if to conclude, what has changed is the learner experience, how he can be at the center and control of his learning. So that's from our end.
Oh, great, great. The learning experience which employees need to have has been one key differentiating factor. John, in your view? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd echo many of those sentiments there from my colleague. I guess what seems to have changed is what the talent's expectations are. We keep using this word today, and they're quite prepared, comfortable and confident to take career moves, you know, and it's trying to think how can we internally equip them with their skills or those aspirations, you know, to keep them in the organization. So I guess that's what I'd put onto that. We have to be a bit more agile maybe. The talent is going to look for the opportunities. They're not fearful. They kind of see a long-term career going across different organizations, different functions, different roles.
Correct.
It's a little bit different maybe from some of our experiences where we saw quite a vertical approach to career development. But that's how I see some of the changes from the post.
Yeah, very key change, very key change. Zuhair, my next question is to you. So what are the key, being a semi-government organization, you are very special, right? So you're run with quite a few remits in front of you. So what are the key talent development initiatives which Madain has taken as an organization in the last 1 year?
As you know, maybe last 2 years, the pandemic scenario was there. So yes, we were behind a little bit in the training and developing our skills. So that gives us an opportunity to rethink again how to reuse our internal sources in order to just continue with our learning strategies and development. In this case, first initiative, we focused on our experienced employees who has maybe experienced more than 10 years. We just make them enter the TOT courses in order to be as trainer to transfer their knowledge and experience to other employees. This is on one side. Another side also, we try to use the technology. We tie up on local companies in order to build LMS, Learning Management System, that helps to put all that training and talent procedures in one area, be focused, and through that platform we can start our talent journey with our employees, also to build the capabilities through different stages through the years in order just to get what we need and to achieve our goals in our organization.
Oh, great, great. One is using your own internal trainers. We saw in the survey that managers are what employees kind of connect to get more training. So use your internal training resources and use technology to deliver training. 2 key points. Dr. Khalid, what about Bank Dhofar? What have you done the last 1 year, some key talent development initiatives?
If I contemplate around the issue of talent development for the last 2 years, pre-pandemic, throughout the pandemic, and post-pandemic, I guess sometimes organizations, HR specialists, HR generalists, need to have that debate, internal debate, to understand 3 things. 1, do they understand the connectivity or the correlation between the business strategy that their organization has designed and the output of those strategy? The second thing is, how can they align themselves to meet the expectation of those strategies? If we talk about the talent development, I think myself as a practitioner, I have been going through this debate, internal debate and maybe external debate with my team, with the board of directors, with the staff sometimes, and with the line managers. What do we need to do different How can we innovate in this field? What I have realized, look, let us go back to basic. Maybe I shouldn't, this is not a copyright issue because I have not invented the terminology. I think for the last 2 years, if there is one more achievement for us as an organization, for us as a HR practitioner, is the social learning. We have learned a lot from each other for the last 3 years. We have learned a lot from the conversation that we have had in the corridor. We have learned a lot from the conversation that we have through all those digital platforms to conduct our meeting, to conduct our training because of the pandemic challenges. So for me, the social learning. And social learning, I don't want to make it complicated. It's about how can we learn from each other. Myself, I have learned a lot from my team, from my board of directors, from my superior in the management team, and also from the staff. And thanks to everyone who has helped me to learn something throughout those 3 years. Not only post the pandemic, but the pre and throughout the pandemic.
Oh, great. Learn from each other, social learning. That's one major thing which dominated the last 2 years scenario. What about, what are your views, Majida? What has GBM done as an organization?
Yes, so I think, for the last 2 years, at GBM, whenever we want to create any program related to the talent development, we see 3 main pillars: learning and training, coaching and mentoring, and then career advancement, right? So what we've done, I'll give you an example of one of the examples what we had last 2 years. We have a program we called Internal Talent Mobility Program, all right? So we established a newly established department. We called it BMO. And the 100% of the employees are working in this department, they're internal resources. So we didn't hire anyone from outside. So what we've done, we moved people from department to this department based on identification, of course. And believe it or not, within the last 2 years, 95% of the resources we have in this department, they are today certified project managers, and including the head of the department. So the head of the department is internal resources as well. So we achieved this by having great career or clear career path for each and everyone in the organization. And we reskilled the majority of our employees. We reskilled them. It was very tough program because one of the main challenges we face, how we convince people to change their career path. They've been working in a certain department or certain job for the last maybe 4 or 5 years. So why should I move now? Why should I change my role? Yeah. So we created a career path that showed them where we're going to be reached 10 years or 5 years from now when they join this department. So far, the result we're getting is amazing. The employees, again, all of them are certified. 95% are Omani of this in this department. And we will continue. This is one example. And we have multiple examples when it comes to leadership development, for example. We have GBM Lead Your Future program, where we identify certain managers or certain individuals, and we put them in a career path. And today, we have 3 or 4 managers. They were part of this program. One of them is director, and one of them is sales manager. So I think, if you have a clear program and people will understand what would be the career advancement that we'll get out of these trainings or out of this career path, you will nail the talent development strategy.
Absolutely. One hallmark of Fortune 500 companies is how they leverage internal talent. So great. We all spoke about alignment, strategy, etc. So it's also important that as organizations, we align to the country's strategy in terms of talent. So my next question is to Muthir. Okay, what have you taken? Have you taken any cues or inspiration from the Vision 2040 document when it comes to talent development? The Vision 2040 document talks a lot on people. Yeah. So what have you taken as a cue, and how have you ensured that you are aligned to 2040 when it comes to Sohar International?
Okay, so Venkatesh, there are 2 parts in the Vision 2040. One part is about learning inclusion, and updating our curriculums across all the education sector. And another part is all about the economic leadership and so on. So from the first one, we have in Suhail International to contribute to the agenda of the country and also to identify a leadership or a talent pipeline for us. We have created amazing internship programs that are so practical. Suhail International is actually having a bouquet of initiatives that are related to developing Omani youth and so on. And part of these, we have two programs. We have one program that is dedicated for Suhail International, where we bring youngsters, graduates, into the bank, train them practically, a blended approach, and then we identify talents that we could recruit. There is another program that we have launched 1 year back, is 200 internship opportunities, where we have collaborated with the different companies across the private sector. And our objective there is actually to showcase the collaboration in the private sector, how we can really contribute to the learning by giving graduates meaningful experiences where then they can really go and contribute to the sectors. Whereas from the other point, which is the economic leadership, of course, leadership development is an essential part of talent development in Suhail International. We do bring state-of-art programs in Suhail International to develop our leaders in along or reflecting as well the 2040 vision of Oman.
Oh, great insights. John, what about Renaissance? So how have you linked the 2040 vision in terms of what you are doing?
Thank you for that. Again, I'm really happy that some of the initiatives we're working on are being done in other places. It gives me great confidence that we're on the right journey. So we read in the Vision 2040 that it's about growth of people and growth of the business and technology and the nation. So that's really important for us as well. So innovation and sustainability are really important things. So one of the recent successes for us is our graduate development program. A completely new thing for the business, and it's been a wonderful experience. I'm hopeful in another year or two I can tell you about the great success and the learning journeys that these guys will go on to be leadership roles in the near future. So again, we see that as a really important driver to inject talent into the business. Some of our speakers earlier were talking about giving the opportunities to the talent. So the talent that's out there, what are they? So we listened and we thought, well, how can we tap into that? And it's just been a great experience, bringing in the graduates, putting them through a 8-month on-the-job training program, using external resources and online resources, seeing them grow from potential to start actually delivering. So that's one of the initiatives, and I'm really happy to hear that some of my colleagues in more mature learning environments are doing that journey as well. So
yeah, great. In fact, as I mentioned, 2040 vision document has a lot to speak about people, talent. So it's good to kind of align what organizations are doing to that so that I would bring in commonality in terms of what we're doing. I have a very interesting question for Mayank. So, we have all been speaking about skill taxonomies, okay? That word is a little hazy and a little bit fuzzy for a lot of people, okay? So how, and I also spoke in my thing on what the World Economic Forum has done in terms of publishing skill taxonomies, and so many other organizations have done it. So my question to you is, how are organizations, number one is, can you speak a little bit more on skill taxonomies? And also, how can skill taxonomies be used by organizations for talent development?
Sure. So I think I should start with the definition of skill itself, right? A skill is a learned ability to be able to perform a task within a defined time frame with an outcome in mind, using a justifiable amount of time and effort. That's the definition of a skill, right? So it's a task, the completion of the task with an outcome in mind within a time frame, and through a structured process. A skills taxonomy is essentially a classification of skills which includes the description of the skill itself and the hierarchy of skill and the proficiency of skill as it applies within an organizational context. Now, what is happening in the world is that the world's been through the context of competence and competence models, right, where the definition was too broad. And therefore, the focus right now is to bring down the learning unit all the way down to a skill level, so that when you are able to deploy technology to be able to upskill or reskill people, you are doing it at a unit of a task rather than the unit of a job. And that's the transition that technology and organizations are going through over the last 3 or 4 years. And this will only gain accelerated momentum because of the emergence of emerging technologies and the fact that current capabilities in the world are becoming redundant within 2 to 3 year cycles. And therefore, unless you upgrade organizations and employees at very, very high pace using technology, you will not be able to meet challenges in the future. And that's where skills and skills taxonomies come into play. Easy to execute using technologies, easy to allocate content to skill areas, easy to measure in process and end process outcomes, and easy to use it as a ways to be able to help individuals with career advancement and career progression opportunities.
Oh, great. So skill taxonomy is a molecular way of kind of defining and also using technology so that people understand what to learn, what are enablers and stuff like that. You should read more about it and use skills taxonomies as much as you can in terms of your talent development, and also while using technology and technology platforms. Thanks, Mayank, for that. That was great. Again, coming back to practitioners, I have a question for Zuhair, and this is also audience. So please answer this question as we speak on this. Okay. 2 major challenges faced by your organization when it comes to development and grooming of internal talent. Okay, Zuhair, 2 major challenges from your point of view in terms of grooming internal talent.
Yeah, I think just first maybe challenge will be the budgeting for the training or talent development, because as you know, just we are limited to a certain budget, annual budget. We have to work within these budgets. So I think this will be first challenge, which will maybe make us a little behind, maybe as we would like to target. The second challenge, I think, will be the diversification of learning methodology. For example, just as you know, the traditional learning or talent development was just attending lectures, getting some theoretical lessons and so on. Just would like not to change this training development or talent development to go into non-traditional methodology. As example, on-job training, as example, to go secondment to other department or other organization, and also self-learning and other methodology will be effective and also give you more positive results instead of going to traditional learning only. Yeah.
Oh, great. Great answer, Zuhair. So the next question is for Dr. Khalid. So when we look back at Oman's talent development journey, what do you think has been a key achievement and what has been the main factor for this achievement? If you just look back at what we have done as a country, one key main achievement, which stands on top of your mind?
Can I change your question, please? First of all, I will come to the achievement part. If I critically evaluate the 2040 vision and looking at the gaps that we have in this talent management, talent development initiative, I think there are few things that we need to look at. One of them is the education system. The second one, I think the time has come for us to focus, to know or to define what are the skill taxonomies that my colleague has spoken about. What are the 21st century skills that we need to focus on? And we need to focus on those skills from the early stage of our schooling system. So talent management, talent development is not a practice that exists in the private sector or the government sector. For me, I want to see the concept getting expanded and become part of a national strategy, where we want to see the first national strategy on talent management, talent development. That starts from the schooling system till the higher education. In between, and of course, the core of this system should be the future skills. The time has come for us to look at this at ourselves in the mirror and ask, are we focusing on the right skills? Are we focusing on the 21st century skills? Is our ecosystem helping to produce a talent? I don't have an answer. Maybe something that I can leave you with, if I'm adding value here, is questions. Do we have the right ecosystem that creates talent? Do we have the right ecosystem that creates talents across all the disciplines, industries, fields, name it? Thank you, Ammar.
Yeah.
Now let's go back to the achievement. If we talk about the achievement, I think if we look at the talent management, talent development as a concept, it has been created by the consultant for the reason that you know. Although my colleague that will not like it, but we have started with personal, human resources, human capital, then talent. So if I want to define the word talent, let us look at the context. Do we really understand what does the word talent mean? One. The second thing is, are we linking it horizontally, vertically to produce something meaningful? This is the second thing. The third thing, which is very important, do we measure our initiative? I mean, today when we talk about talent management, talent development program, we need to question, is it integrated? Has it been integrated with the full HR strategy and with the business strategy? Are those two things exist in our reality, or are we talking about myth? So if there is an achievement, so I don't want to disappoint Venkatesh, he's a good friend of mine. If there is one achievement, I think the awareness. There is an awareness, but this is not enough. We are in 2022. We're supposed to have a very solid, robust practice that leads to something.
Oh, good. It's always good to be critical of ourselves, so that's how we grow. Can we have the answers while we do go with the last question? I would like all the panel members to very quickly, we'll start with Majid. One key learning the pandemic taught you. Okay? I just want a brief comment on one key learning the pandemic taught you.
I think learning should never stop, no matter what. And being agile and adaptive and flexible will be a game changer whenever the pandemic or the unseen circumstances ahead. So this is my take. Learning should never stop, no matter what.
Lifelong learning, you should never stop. Mutir?
I agree with Majid, but I'll be more specific. 4 things that I would really say it was a great learning for us in pandemic. First thing is aspiration. Really aspiring what to learn, how to learn, and really moving forward. Second thing is endless curiosity. You have to be curious in order for you to really go into things and learn. And self-awareness, what do you lack, what do you need? And finally is really to explore and to experience and to be bad first before the others. So these are the mental skills that
your 4 takeaways. Great, absolutely. Mayank?
I think
one key learning,
I think the role of technology and the power of the same and the resilience and the ability of human beings to adapt in order to leverage. I think that's the learning that the pandemic brought to.
Absolutely. I think the power of human beings to adapt to technology was really put to test. Dr. Khalid?
I think what I have learned from the pandemic is that hope is a journey, not a destination.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Quite philosophical, but true. Very, very true. Yeah.
I'll pick up on 2 of the things that definitely proved that learning continues. Despite those challenges we all faced, we quickly were agile enough to use technology, implement some learning strategies. So learning continues, and I think we take that. And also my colleague there said a few things that I totally agree with, but I think adaptability as well, whether it was the business, whether it was the people themselves and their personal lives, but that's what we've learned. We are adaptable. That suggests we are capable, and that suggests that we've got potential. So I think from a lot of positives we can take from that.
Great. Zuhair?
In one line, I think, yes, we have as an organization to be future-proof by being proactive, by being also adaptive to any ambiguity. Besides that, we have to be flexible with any changes happen in the future.
Absolutely, future-proof your organization. So that kind of brings in us to the concluding part of this panel discussion and probably this conference also. So thank you very much, all of you. Sorry, we had to compress the discussions a little bit considering time, but I think it was very, very insightful. I think you should share this YouTube recording of all the panel discussions with people who could not be here today. There were a lot of very, very valid points expressed, very candid points expressed. Thank you very much, all of you. It's been a great pleasure interacting with you. Thank you for being candid. Thank you for being open. Thank you for being critical, and that's what we all need in where we are today so that we progress and we all remain future-proof and develop skills as we kind of go forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists and Mr. Venkatesh. What did you guys learn from the pandemic? If you see an injection, run. Simple as that. On behalf of OER, I would like to express our gratitude to all our sponsors. Wait, the panelists having their moment. I cannot take it away. And I've learned also photographers are the strongest people in events because at this moment, he controls everybody. Great. See what you guys did? Open the panel for questioning. Does everybody need to be on the stage for the questions? Yeah, can you, Mr. Venkatesh, do you need everybody for the questions, or what's the deal? Oh, it comes from a lady, so,
yes, hi.
Yeah, so
in fact, it's not a question, but I think I really like the way Dr. Hamadani, he kept bringing us again to a very critical point. When I see Google today, Microsoft and big leaders, they are hiring from mid-school and, people not even graduated. And when I see my 11 years old kid, he's already coding, and he's the one taking care of our mobiles and to fix the TV when it doesn't work. I wonder if my son will accept tomorrow to be in a training classroom, accessing a link to see a video to learn. Are we ready for this new generation? Is it about certification? Is it about career path? I think it's more than that. And I will link it to my presentation somehow. Things are changing. And the same ecosystem I was talking about for industries is the same for skills as well. We have to build that ecosystem where we'll put technology providers together with industries, together with universities, with startups, give them the possibility to think out of the box, to find new ideas, to try again and again till they will succeed. So thank you so much, Doctor. And I think it's not great initiatives, but soon they will not be enough. Thank you so much.
True, absolutely. Great closing words, because how adaptable are organizations to bring in this new generation of people who will soon become employees? People who are doing coding at the age of 12, 13, when they become employees of your organizations. Will your organization be able to kind of retain them is something all of us need to think. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Oh. Would you like to comment?
I was about to leave, Dalal. There are few things that we need to sort out among this HR community, specialist, generalist. When people talk about the fourth revolution, industrial revolution, challenges are there now. And I think the ball is in our court. to move away from the traditional HR processes, systems, policies, to something different. I like to be philosophical sometimes, but I think philosophy can lead to wisdom. In my view, HR people need to look at themselves in the mirror. Are we creating? Are we still? Thank you. we still live in the era of job-based HR. I think my colleague has said it. He has touched upon it. It should be now skill-based HR. The question: can we redesign our organizations to accept the new approach? I don't have the answer, but I think if HR people thinks it's about file, promotion, recruitment, I think you are in the wrong industry. I think moving forward, HR people will be challenged. We need to go and change our toolbox. We need to match the expectation of the postmodern era that we live in. Thank you.
If there are any specific questions, I'm told, again, if there are very, very specific questions, we may give about 2-3 minutes for that. You all can. Yeah, we could move. So if there are any specific questions, please put your hands. Otherwise, we'll conclude the session.
I just want to show that an evidence of how one woman can make 8 men stand at attention. Well done, Dalal, seriously. And on behalf of OER, I'd like to express our gratitude to all our sponsors. This is obligatory. We're about to finish. A big thanks to our strategic partners, Bank Thafar and Raisut Cement Company, our associate partners, Ta'jir Finance, also Khidma from OIFC, GBM Oman and Al-Taman Insil Ferrochrome, insurance partner Dhafar Insurance, digital partner Infoline, Islamic insurance partner Takaful Oman, official automotive partner Mitsubishi Motors. Hello, Mitsu. Our support partners, Bima Online Insurance, Dhafar Insurance, International Development and Investment Holding Company, SAOG, otherwise known as DIDIC, and Muscat Eye Laser Center. Our knowledge partners, RAB HR, our media partners, Times of Oman, Al-Shabiba, and Alam Al-Iqtisad, and our online media partner, OER Live. Last but not least, a big thanks to our speakers, panelists, and moderators. And finally, I'd like to thank everyone who turned up and participated in today's events. Really, thank you very much, all of you. You deserve it. We look forward to welcoming you again at our OER Business Summit in the future next year, and all our summits, which will be interesting. Hopefully, they'll hire me again. And we request you to join us for lunch, which is waiting for you outside. I'd like to remind everybody that post-lunch we'll have an HR workshop, understanding learning experience platforms and how they can unleash a learning culture in an organization. If you are dedicated and hardcore, we'll see you then. Otherwise, good afternoon and have an enjoyable day. Take care.